Your host Romanian Dan. I got with me the famous Tap for Life One, Hex Dex, Dresky 369, and Bullish. What's up, boys?
What
Oh,
up?
it's alive. Okay.
What's happening, boys? We got some stories for you guys today. Tab, how was the nap? Was
The
it
net
good?
was well rested.
Awesome. Let's do it. So, guys, what's your Yo, play the intro, man.
You want the
The
intro?
fuck?
Oh,
I
God.
thought we were Mexican.
What are you, some sort of Mexican?
Here's the intro.
Let's go. Now we in it. Okay, guys.
So what's up? Before we got on, we were talking about the Rack and Rochelle Twitter beef, I guess. So I had pulled this up. I guess Tap hadn't seen it. So I don't know if you people in chat have seen it yet, but yeah.
No,
Okay,
this is
so
the first time seeing it, and I was
We've been talking about this all day, man. Tab, we've been talking about this all day. What are your takes on it? What's your opinion?
overall I thought it was kind of weird. Thought it was weird that this was so much of an issue. I didn't even know this was an issue. I thought of someone of this caliber was perfectly fine telling people, what Hex is, its own code, its own asset. Yeah, we have our Richard creator who did, make it. He is affiliated with it, as all of us are. Got a whole bunch of different characters involved in it. Just depends on who you point out your own boards to. Overall, I thought it was very odd. But shout out to the dip that created. I was able to get some cheap hacks today. So shout out to the drama.
Yeah, what?
Me too.
You had a 19% drop there just about an hour and a half ago.
hmm
Yeah,
Exactly
bought the
what I got.
dip. So I just got home from Portland. I flew back in. I was out hanging with Valiant Brand over the weekend. And then I got home and nearly just fired up my computer. And all of a sudden, I saw somebody like, glad it happened now. And they're talking about the dip. And I went over there and I'm just like, ooh, nice. So launched a little dry powder.
Yeah, that dip got bought up pretty fast, man. I got in it
Yeah.
too, but just because I was in the spaces, I didn't even know it dipped till I went in there and people were talking about it. So shout out to the Twitter spaces.
Man, we're buying it. We're buying it up.
What's weird
Yeah,
is Maximus didn't dip. There was no dip in the derivative token of Maximus, so I was kind of bummed.
It's
about
it's
that.
it's keeping its ratio, right?
Yeah. Well, I held through that 19% dip. It could be a lag indicator. I'd have to go back and check nomics.
But it should make technically because it's only on Hex, right? There's Hex, Maxi
Well,
Hex, and USDC, no?
Hex and Hedron. So it's got you get the Hedron thing. Yeah, no, Maximus is still up 11% for the day. So I like that Maximus product.
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of new onboards lately because lately I feel like I gave up on onboarding and now it works. Now it's like everyone's asking me questions. It's like, oh, why'd you stop pissing me off by like telling me to buy it? So now it's like I kept the silent treatment and they're like, oh, why? And now they're asking me, how do I do this? So now it's like, oh, well, you missed out on Maxi. Now you could buy it at a premium. You see, you would have had a premium, it would have been worth more. Now they understand that, so they're like, what is this Maxi?
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool because then they're like, okay, well, I want Maxi, but can I get Hex also? I'm like, yeah, you can. So it's like this Maxi token is allowing people to see like blindly what it's worth, but in a way, like whether they like it or not, they're gonna find out eventually because they're gonna ask what they have. And that's how I realized because it's like the idea. Excuse me. The idea, the idea of not being able to sell your bags for 15 years scares most of the people I tell this
Okay.
to, right? It scares
But
everyone, right? When you say 1 to 5, 5, they're like 15 years.
But you know what? This is something I address with, and this was a topic of discussion this week. Somebody's staticking out there. Okay. Topic discussion this weekend. When people sit there and they're like, oh, 15 years. And my counterpoint to that is, listen, you're working at a job, or you will work at some job for the next 30 to 40 years. And the best advice you can get from the legacy finance is to get into the 401k. 6% with a 3% company match. And you're okay with that. You'll wait 30, 40 years doing something that maybe you necessarily don't want to do. And you can't take the opportunity or time to look at something with a proven track record for almost 3 years and put a little bit of cash down for insane rewards. It makes, when people put up that objection, I'm tired of hearing it. Sorry. Personal opinion. Not financial advice.
Put up the shirt.
Yeah. Not financial advice.
Oh,
What's funny lately, I've been having a lot of luck talking to moms, single moms at it. Even if I tell them about the Quattro Cinco 15 years, they just think about their kids. Next 15 years, they can have some set up for them. But I guess if you're talking to a parent, it's kind of easier to, play around with that 15 year like that. But I guess if you're not talking to a parent, you got to try to finesse it a different way.
Yeah. And as an example, I mean, when people are older, and I'll be the first to sit there and say, I did not do a 15-year stake right off the bat. But after I realized, I got to understand what the T-shares were about, that it was like a no-brainer after that. But, for me, like with the MAXI token, okay, I'm 54. So when my MAXI comes out, because I don't have to sell it, I don't need to sell it. That's just, that's a cherry on top. That's gravy on the potatoes. And I'll be 69. I will be at retirement age. Yeah. And that's going to be a beautiful retirement package. But outside of that is the fact that, if you're younger, I mean, if you're in your late 20s, 30s, even 40, it's a no-brainer. I mean, you're going to be 55. You're going to be investing in financial products well past that and active in your life. So 15 years, you got to have that 50. I liked what Kareem had, Kareem the Dream had put out a long time ago, which was basically, I think he had like an 80-20 type operation. Don't quote me on that, but that was a pretty solid thing.
The Dream account, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I actually,
what I'm talking.
A while ago, I typed out like the whole strategy to that, and I have it printed at the wall in my office. So yeah, I know you're talking about. I could probably pull it up if you give me a second. Hang on.
Okay, yeah. But that's some solid strategy. People should consider several different things. Weigh your options and put them out in front of you. Just don't go with the first one that somebody tells you about because you heard about it on a YouTube channel like this. Do your due diligence, do your own research type thing. The one thing I did do for a friend of mine, and he's 63 years old. So he finally, after 6 years of me doing crypto, and giving me the pat on the shoulder about my magical internet money, realized that there's actually something to this, And so when he finally came to me and he's confided with me, he's like, I've got nothing for retirement, and this guy's a hard worker. He builds houses and his body's shot. And so I helped him put $15,000 into crypto, got him set up on Coinbase, the whole thing, walked him through it. Good friend of mine, one of my best friends here in Montana. And I did get him into the MAXI product only because for him, it's going to be simpler. He can have what I call a movable ladder. So he can do a 5-year, basically, if he chooses in 5 years, rather than just do like a 5 or 6 year stake, in 5 years, he can take some out. In 10 years, he can take some out, depending on what his needs are and stuff like that. So, and it's simplistic. It's easy for him to understand. It's not complicated. And I didn't feel like going through the other strategy I had set up for him because he doesn't know crypto. He doesn't know computers.
Hello?
Hello.
Did it work? Okay. No, I just went, but I'm just waiting. But
Should I pull up the other?
What? Did you see what Richard right now? Richard just posted something else too now. I think he just shut
Bring
the
it
shop.
up.
Really?
Can you bring it up?
Let's see.
I stopped cursing on my YouTube channel, but now people are pretending that I still do it. What?
Oh, I saw that one.
I think they're just
because I remember when I got on, he was on that transition of stop cursing actually, and I do remember I guess the later bits when he was cursing on a little bit to now he doesn't curse at all, and I've definitely seen the difference, and I've only been in here in July.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you know Richard Hart from his older days, there's an actual video that Hodl Dog threw out today. So it's actually if you go back to his Twitter feed, it's February 20th of this year. So February 2022. If you want to roll that one, you would get a laugh because this is Richard back in his quote cursing prime time and stuff like that. And I mean, you contrast that to where he is now. I mean, it's night and day. So
Totally different. Like, what was
it the one with the gentleman with the glasses?
Yeah, the one with the gentleman with the glasses when they're talking about the bag of dicks.
Rome, I'm sending it to you right now.
In fact, I'm gonna get one of these shirts made up too. It's gonna say, "I've got a big pee," and then in quotation or in those.
He has his 2 chains on, right?
Yeah. His 2 chains on. So underneath that, it's under the thing. It's going to say personal portfolio. So I got a big PP.
Poor stupid wreck plebs.
Yeah, that's the one. Bro, that made me fall off.
It just shows how far he came because he started getting more and more professional interviews. Definitely recently, like that big interview with that lady, the British interview he had when he was sitting down with the moon boots.
Oh yeah, the English lady.
Yes,
correct. I remember that one. Yeah, he was wearing the big white moon boots.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of Michael Jackson-esque.
Apparently, that was one of his most nicer interviews because I saw a couple people that particular one, and they said that was one of their favorite Richard Hart interviews. That particular one.
There is one. I'm trying to remember who it was now. I'll have to see.
I personally love him swearing. I don't care, man. It's just the way it's supposed to be. I'm sorry. This business is what attracts the bad stuff. It's always attracted the bad stuff. As soon as you go business, as soon as you ask, where's the coffee in this boardroom? It's done. It's finished.
I got my Saudi homies who's watching me, bro. I got the Saudi homies watching me right now, man. Richard need to clean up his act.
Well, I understand what he's saying. That's because when you onboard people with rich money that just want to get in, probably with the 5, 10x, 100x, and they're gonna dump. That's what they do. They get mad. They're like, "What's happening? Nothing's happening." Those are paper money. Paper money says what's happening, in my opinion. But he also has a point. 100M. 100M is 100M.
You should understand where you just put that 100M though.
I want to hear Horka's opinion on what he said. I mean, you could come on, Richard even said himself. It annoys him when people think they know more than he does. He's seriously the best dude in crypto. I don't give 2 craps what Richard thinks. I have done a lot of background on Richard, haven't I, Richard? Let's make a more aggressive move. I'll wait. Tired of the BS and tired of the illusion. He is into a lot of people for a lot of money. You can 2-sack all you want. I don't get it.
I thought he was a little.
You can tout sack.
I thought he was a little on it at this point. No, stop wrecking my sack.
This is funny. Stop wrecking my sack. Got it. That's what stop sabotaging us.
This is another part that got me. Why are we complaining about coins that don't even exist yet?
Yeah, that's one thing. And then we're complaining about something that doesn't even have an LLC. Like he's technically has nothing to do with Hex or PulseChain or PulseX because technically there's no entity behind it. So it's just like you can get out him all you want. You know, I said I think it was last night in Spaces that you know, like all these major corporations or you know just brands, you know, they're not out there marketing who the CEO is, and it's like, hey, buy Coca-Cola because our CEO rocks, or
Exactly.
buy
You
Louis
know?
Vuitton because our CEO rocks. You know what I mean? It's like you market the product, and you know, I was saying yesterday, as long as you focus on marketing Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX, the selling does itself. Like you don't even need to mention Richard Hart at any point. So it's like if you have a problem with Richard Hart, just don't bring him up.
Yep. Easy.
For myself personally, I mean, this is a leaf in the stream under the water going under the bridge. I mean, I missed a lot of the stuff with my travels today. Like I said, I just got home, so I didn't. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces, but nothing to speak coherently on. And personally, I don't care. I mean, I'll just be honest. I don't really care. You know, it's you know if it's big boys and the toys and they're just exercising out in the yard, you know, I don't feel like I need to jump in and, you know, and speak towards it. You know, who am I, you know, in that regards? And I don't have a dog in the fight. You know, I've got my sacks, you know, I've got my strategies, you know, I've got my personal portfolio to attend to. And I think it's going to be fine. I mean, the percentage wise, you know, as people look at this and they think, oh, you know, big whales and, you know, movers and shakers, you know, in the Hex community and stuff like that. But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than them. You know, my father always told me with a job was whenever you're working a job, you know, don't get the idea of of self importance. You know, they've been doing this a long time before you got there, and they'll be doing it a long time after you're gone, and that is true. You know, I retired from my first job there back in February, and you know, I'm sure everything's running just fine without me.
Speaking of running just fine, let's talk about something running not so fine. I'm pretty sure everybody saw the lunar crash this past week. Tether. I would like to get everybody's little 2 cents about that because this is the first major crash I ever seen in the crypto space. This was wild for me to see live and for me to try to explain to people what the hell was happening because even I was having troubles trying to tell people what was going on. It only probably took me till this morning to really fully grasp what happened behind the scenes and the supply and all that jazz. So go ahead.
For me, it's simple, man. They just did not execute properly. They made a decision that did not work out. Told you guys 2 weeks ago. Remember, I said there's probably going to be legal actions taken by this because at any moment something can happen. What happened? That something that can happen happened. So for me, I'm like looking at it like, could they bounce back? A lot of things have, but 99% drop the price, and it did it 5 times.
So it's a 600% drop where it now because didn't it have a little double a couple of days ago?
It did, but there's a couple points that Frosty put out very good because he went and listened to a space, and
Just
when you
real
think
quick, I
about
think
like
that
the hard,
Looney's
when you
dead.
think
I
about
don't
like
think
the
he's gonna come back.
hardcoreness of it, right? When you think about like the coreness of blockchain, and you think about what are they doing to fix it? Well, if like the money just evaporated, well then there's nothing. So then if it starts at this point, then that means you could get everything because there's nothing. So some people might just degen in. Personally, if someone wants to ask me, I did like $10, got a million Luna.
I have to
I
admit,
was holding a
I
reserve
did
of
it too.
Luna from something I sold, and you know what I mean? It doesn't even come close. So it's like, to me, it's a joke. So it's like, well, fuck it. Let me get this amount of money because now they just diluted the supply so much where it's like, what are they going to do to fix it? So are they going to, they said that there's plans of forking, there's plans of burning and creating a peg. So at this point, it's like, well, if there's a trillion, at least you need a million to at least make a dent if it ever does go back. So I don't think it will. I hope it does. Some people can get a nice little 5-10x off of it. Be careful. It's fucking dangerous. But at this point, it dropped 5 times 99%. How much more can you think it could drop? So you have to look at how much they're diluting the supply, because that's what happened.
So I did a little
I
bit
don't
of
know.
dabbling.
You know, why aren't the exchanges taking it off? There's a lot of things that to me it's like, you know, why haven't they taken off like half of the things that are part of the, like, they're selling all these coins that did the same thing that it did, but why aren't they bringing it back? Oh, my hair's all fucked. But why aren't they taking it off? They said they were taking it off, but they only took it off when it was making them lose money. But then as soon as it stabilized, now it's like, oh yeah, back here now, we can give us back our money. It's funny. It's just, this is the centralization plan. And a little bird on a tree told me that right now there's bigger players playing and acting right now. Like the big USDT, that drop from the USDT, that was planned. Apparently, people are pissed off and they're shaking out massive hands in leverage because there's a lot of people that are trying to capitalize off that 10x, and then they're going to dump the market. And that's off of leverage. So they just wanted to shake people out. So this is very healthy for the market, apparently. Very healthy. Because imagine, this is all I have to say. Imagine if Luna would have succeeded in backing up the best stablecoin with Bitcoin. They could have dumped the market of Bitcoin at any time they wanted to. They would have been able to just dump the Bitcoin. Yeah. They would have fucking, you know what I mean? So they don't. So bigger players didn't want that to happen.
Well, they taught me in Boy Scouts, just because the fire's out, don't stick your hands in the burning coals. You know, I'm leaving that thing alone. You know,
100%.
You know, it's just too many layups out there. I mean, I'd rather go and keep DCA and Hedron before I'd even put $10 into Luna. That's my personal take. I'm serious. I mean, and that
I don't blame you. I just did it because Frosty kind of made a good point to me, and I was like, okay, fuck it. What is it? What is that little beer? It was a beer, a couple beers, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of people swing trading. I guess that's what we call it.
I did it twice.
Wake up one day and see what happens. Like, fuck it. This is an opportunity where either you lose it or it becomes something.
Right.
It's not going to be either or. How could something that failed be either or at this point? It's either it fixes or it continues being trashed. Continues being trashed where, well, the beer in the stomach is the exact same thing. So...
But of course, but we're talking about money to throw away with. We're still seeing people put thousands.
If you're talking about
30,000,
yeah,
just one streamer.
I'm talking about those people.
Yeah, this guy literally on stream, 30,000. He was going to do like a 1 hour live stream or something like that. I think it was over in like 5 minutes. He got wrecked. 30 grand.
I know KSI did 2.8 million and then fucking lost everything because he only bought 100,000 X.
I got lucky with 2 swing trades, but I was onboarding. I go into all these like degen trading groups. So lately I've been targeting BSC because BSC is used to like, you know, cheap gas and stuff like that. So it's a lot easier to onboard them from, you know, the stuff I've been doing like for the past month. So I've been dropped into like some room randomly, just like search for like random stuff. And they were getting ready to like start degenning into Luna. So I was like, all right. So, I warmed myself up to the crowd and was, oh, what is everyone getting into? Yeah, we're getting ready to, do some Luna plays. I was like, all right, I'll join in with y'all, just to, like warm up to the room, put in just $100. And then I 5X'd it like within like 2 hours. I was all right, let me pull it out, bought some hex. Shield the PulseChain, onboarded a few people. I was all right, cool. The next day, jumped into another room. They're getting ready to do the same thing. They're about to degen into Luna. So, same process I did the night before. I was like, yeah, let me join you guys, put in $100, and that went 15x. So I pulled my money out and bought more X.
What are they doing? That like the Wall Street bets type of scenario?
Yeah, there's like all these different rooms, like, different stuff, different communities. So like the first one was more like a urban community, or like just like degenning into like a bunch of stuff like on BSC and like AVAX. And the second one was just like more like like they were like straight traders. And then when I did mention, I think I shared this last night in the spaces, when I did share about, if they knew anything about PulseChain, very positive reaction. Everyone knew what it was about, and they just weren't talking about it because they just couldn't trade on anything because it's not out yet. So they're like, yeah, we're not talking about it because it's not out yet. We only talk about what we're actively trading, and it was like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I did a few plays, not that I was intentionally trying to, but I was like, you know what, and it was money I was willing to lose, just like famous, like beer money. It was like, yeah, I'm willing to lose this $100, just like onboard, for the sake of onboarding some people, get on their good side.
Yeah, man, for sure. Right now, I'm definitely gonna pick up some more hex. I'm figuring it out. Maybe some MAXI too. I'm looking at that MAXI.
Yeah, now we're going loaded up on
MAXI.
hex and Hedron.
I think MAXI is going to do much, much better than what people think it will do. Because if Hedron does good without, like, think about it. Everything goes up. Hedron does better without hex.
Hedron's down.
We could have a very good MAXI worth.
Hedron's down to 111, huh?
I'm checking to see how long we got till that bonus ends from Hedron.
It's at a 75.5% premium.
We got 9 more days for the bonus, for the last bonus in Hedron. Oh, wow. Yep, 9 more days and the Hedron bonus is over.
Yeah.
One
person said, "Don't sleep on Hedron." Yeah, don't.
I wanted to say on the MAXI premium, how is that so high right now? Like, I'm shocked that it's up that much so fast.
Well, I'm not surprised because you need to understand how much you're getting. Like how much you're getting, you're guaranteed a copy of everything. So why wouldn't it be at 100% premium? Like, just the value of it right now,
Do you think it, like, the human psychology of it, like the fact that I myself don't have to make a 15-year stake, like this mechanism already made a 15-year stake for me, and I'm just putting my money into it? Do you think, as like a everyday trader who don't believe in holding my coin, I would like do that as an offset?
I really do think it helps people. It helps people know end stake. It helps people have the security in mind that at any time they could trade it or they could hold it. And if they plan to do a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year stake, 10-year stake, it's always 15 years. So they can always keep it until 15. I really do think at the middle it'll be worth all kinds. Why? Because of the appreciation, the speculation, and just the way people are going to buy it. Because people are going to want it. Because what happens if ETH goes crazy? Then it costs you everything you could have for your end stake. People are going to buy the shit out of this. Why? Because they could buy $100 worth and it'll be a stake.
Right. Yeah, but that
you know what I mean. I think it's really worth it. I really do think, because what happens if what happens if one day the 10, 15 remaining hex in your wallet is worth 10 grand? That MAXI is gonna be worth fucking 30, 40, 50, 60 grand. So
personally, I see long term, and this is just my numbers calculation, but about 3.5 value premium on MAXI to hex with the Hedron. But I've done my own private numbers, so I'm no mathematician, but looking at the number, I'm not surprised that it's at 75% before the PulseChain launch.
I had a damn question about MAXI. Damn.
Everyone, it's a wonderful copy to get on the other side, in my opinion.
Yeah, I keep laughing. I keep thinking I'm gonna get a double of my MAXI. That's incredible.
But not only that too, because like if you're really, really, really all in for the hex, right now is a good time to trade it and get more T-shares, right? So
sure. I mean,
you're in a position where I'm thinking like, okay, we know it's gonna go higher, but right now it's at a price where it actually is really worth it due to the price of the T-shares. You're getting like almost 70% more in T-shares. If you think about it, right? You're getting almost double the hex. So that means technically you're doubling your T-shares almost.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, like as soon as I came home, got off the plane, drove home from the airport, opened up my laptop, I didn't even unpack my bag. Flipped open my laptop. Let's see what's, catch up with Twitter. I've been out of this space all day, really. And all of a sudden, I look on Nomex and it's 11.5, per hex, and I went and picked up a couple nickels of that. And so, I mean, and then I'm going to go later and look at staking it out. Gas fees are cheap right now. Stake it out, carry it through the dip, But I mean, I've been in Hex since day one. So I have, I've got over 30 stakes in Hex laddered out. So, Hedron was just a derivative play for me from the get-go. I mean, I went in and I DCA'd straight through the 2 weeks.
Were you a day one FOMO?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely day one FOMO, 30-day, back in again, but not with, I mean, I pretty much shot like 98% of my load, I pulsed right on day one.
I did too. I'm not going to lie. Like Richard put out the tweet and everything. And I was like, fuck, man, I got to get a piece of this pie. And even the $1 billion that he had that day wasn't enough to offset, obviously, how much you got for every other day. But
that's okay. I'm not a sad lad.
I'm not sad either, to be honest. I ended up going in pretty heavy afterwards, so I'm pretty happy. Can't complain. Could have been better, but I'm not going to complain.
Real quick with the MAXI stake, do we know how much yield it has made so far?
Yeah, I can check it out for you. Give me a second.
That'd be very interesting to know.
So right now the stake, the total treasury is at 298,483,460 hex. That includes 4.159 million hex accrued.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you told me it's made about 4.5 million hex in yield. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and it made the 2.3 billion in Hedron already.
Wow.
Yeah. So right now the backing per maxi is at 1.01416 hex and 7.86 Hedron. So that's how much you get for every maxi as a redemption right now.
Okay.
Can you repeat that? What was
So
the
the
number?
backing per maxi, right? So if you just go and not look at the premium, but you look at how much it's actually worth due to your ratio of one maxi, it's at 1.01416 hex and 7.86821 Hedron. So that's how much you get in return right now.
Well, just based on the current price, we're talking about over.
No, not even current price. That's just the accrued.
No,
that's what you made up till now doing
with
the stake.
I'm just saying, if you take the hex that it accrued based on the current price, that's we're talking about over $500,000 already in yield. That's
Yeah.
Wow.
$500,000 in yield.
Yeah.
And it's worth 34 million. So it's like a business that's worth 34 million already brought in a revenue of 500,000.
How long has Max been out now? Maxi been out now?
No, but I just want you have to understand that Maxi's been out
3
for
weeks.
maybe not even a month.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you gotta understand that that's like a business that you invested in $34 million, and you've already profited, accrued net $1 million. That's insane.
You're saying $1 million because of the copy?
Well, no, because right now, let's say they would, it's like the price at the actual price right now.
Yeah.
It's not even because of the copy. Right now, just if you look at, okay, wait, let me show that.
Yeah, BeamD says it would be more than 3.5, and you're probably correct, BeamD. Like I said, mine were just some rough numbers that I was doing during the minting phase, so it was quick math.
Well, it could go, the way I've thought about it too, it could go multiple ways, right? If we get massive onboarding, we won't get that 3.5. We'll get less. but the appreciation of the coin will get minimum 6x, minimum 6-10x on the appreciation. So who cares about the 3.5 extra in coins, right? If you technically look at the value, but the more people that come in, the less you make in T-shares. In hex accrued. So you got to purchase more and more and more and more T-shares, so you could receive more and more yield. So I just think right now, if maybe people stop giving up on it, like slower hands and more people come in for longer, maybe we could push that payout for more. But yeah, I think it's a bit different. We would have to create a we would have to multiply the supply a bit. Like we would have to start minting a bit of the stakes. So like that the inflation percentage is higher because there's more coins,
I was talking with
the other way around. Sorry, there's more coins because of the percentage of the inflation of the total supply. So it makes it always more and more and more.
I was talking with RH Maximalist on Jim Rat Crypto's channel the other morning, and his expectation was that we were going to see a dump in the hex price upon PulseChain launch of people selling maybe their eHex and bridging over, or their pHex to get PLS initially. Though I think long-term value play is, personally for me, I mean, outside of PLS is the hex token. I mean, that's Richard's baby. And I think the adoption factor to the people that come on PLS, not generated by hexagons, but outside, coins, where people start participating and see the low fees on PulseChain network, then they're going to be looking at other projects, and they're going to take a second look at hex, and maybe avoid some of the FUD that they've been receiving for the past 2.5 years.
So this is what I wanted to show, right? So the backing is exactly this. So what we accrued per MAXI is basically this officially right now. So it could always change and vary, which is not bad, man. You think about it, like we gained a 1.4% interest on the hex up till now, ROI, and we've accrued 7.86 Hedron for every MAXI. How much that could be later on, who knows? But that's like, anyways, to me, it's very it's gonna be a nice redemption if people when they redeem it. The premium is low. I think it could go up to 15-1 if you think about it. I know it's crazy, but I think it could go to 15-1 if we do some crazy shit with hex. But the value, man, $35 million. This is someone's bag, This is one of the biggest whales. This is bag. We just became it. So
yeah, so one of the 5th largest accounts in hex.
That's the community. That's the power of the community. That's all. That says a lot, in my opinion. It says a lot about how much we are determined, and maybe that's kind of just like the power of spaces in Telegram, right? Like if you think about it, really, like I don't think I ever mentioned this to Gold Key, but like we didn't do this with like marketing. We didn't do this with. Yes, YouTube played a part, but it came about by Telegram and Twitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And YouTube.
That idea is worth $35 million.
Well, not only that,
but it was like, in a way, they could have done 20 million probably other different things that probably would be as good, but just this one action is worth that much. And that's our and we have so much more bags, right? We've done so much more sacrifice for this. So if we actually think about how much this is worth, it should tell you like, oh my God, people are very bullish, very, very, very bullish on this. So that's why I keep telling people like, yo, you should get maybe 30% of when you purchase, get MAXI, and then the rest in hex, just for the, like, it's going to be worth it at the end of the day. And I do agree with you. 3.5 is a very good number, but I think you're being reserved, because I think it's whatever if it stays stagnant and consistent.
I'm a conservative person.
If it goes less, that means we made so much appreciation, and if it goes more, well, that means that we're very strong holders. That's it. So I think it's a win-win either or way. What you guys think?
I just wanted to add the reason I doubled my Maxi back because I was in the Twitter Spaces and Gold Key was in there, and FOMO I guess was real for me. But yeah.
Yeah, I was able to double my Maxi bag through my PLSD claim. So I claimed my PLSD, swapped it for Hex, threw it into Maxi. Actually, I think it was you, Hex Dog, who mentioned it in the chat, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm doing."
Yeah, I had a friend because I'm not. I always tell people this.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Hex
not the
Dex.
smart.
Hex Dog.
I'm not the smartest tack in the pack, right? But I do know a few people who are. And so the first thing I did is I reached out to somebody and directed them to the GitHub, and had him look at the contract because he understands stuff I do not. And he's like, I don't see any red flags here. He's like, because everybody's waiting for the first meat shield to go through the door and get rinsed. I mean, so I was probably one of the first ones in, and it was basically, I sold at $1.94. I took everything I had, $1.94. I think it was like 4,400 or something, and then I just converted to Hex and bought Maxi. No brainer. I call it the legend move because I don't care what the meme coin is, going to be worth in the future or not worth. Free money is free money.
Absolutely. I took advantage of it. I had some of my onboarders take advantage of it. And so far, like a lot of my onboarders, they're super happy because a lot of them got in at like 10 cents Hex. They were able to do like their 10x multiplier for Hedron.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my onboarders, they're super happy right now.
Oh yeah, Hedron. I did a 50-50 experiment. Basically, I went in and I claimed 50%, which were my longer stakes, and then I took the other 50%, which were shorter stakes, and I minted those in Hedron. No rhyme or reason. Just that was my strategy or my decision. But I'm still DCAing Hedron. So
yeah, same as me. I've been DCAing Hedron since it launched. Pretty much, I stopped for like about 2 or 3 weeks to focus on loading up like my Hex bag and just put like all that economic energy into that. But usually, I'm doing like about a 70-30 split. 70% Hedron, Hex, and then like 30% Hedron.
Yeah.
Man, I don't see anything in the stakings that have changed. So I think everyone's just waiting. It's a lot of waiting.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, and I'm just running rough numbers and stuff like that. But anything you pick up right now, we're 20% down for the day on Hex. Hedron's at 111. I mean, but your Hex, whatever you pick up today, at a 20% down cycle, you're going to get a double. If you're a long-term person and you're not looking to short-term it, what is the price is great right now. What does it matter what it's going to be if you don't care what it's going to be until 5 years from now?
Oh, for sure.
Let me just add real quick that on Hex Daily Stats, yesterday we got an increase in holders of 898 and an increase of stakers of 412. Some pretty big numbers the past couple. People are trying to load up their bags for PulseChain, get their wallets together, get their stakes together. Or do you think there's a whole bunch of new people who are jumping in?
I think it's a combination of everything that's going
Yeah.
on.
But over time, we're going to see larger organic growth, into Hex. And, I still think that PulseChain is going to be a great magnifier for Hex alone, only because of the fact that, people get into PulseChain and maybe they're just aping in because, there's so much hype, whether it's on social media, on the YouTube and stuff like that. but then they're going to start exploring, and they may say, "Hey, this hex thing's over here," and you know.
Oh, plus we had the whole crash, the whole lunar tether madness, and I know I saw a couple people who used to be lunar folks asking questions about hex.
Sure.
If you scroll down, go all the way to the right, you should be able to see the numbers.
On here?
Yep. Scroll down, use that bar. Go all the way to the right. The bar at the bottom.
Slide bar.
The slide bar at the bottom.
Where you want me to go to? Which column?
All the way to the right. You see change in total holders and stakers. All the way to the right.
Right.
He's
Okay, yeah, I see
Yeah, I'm
it.
all the way to the right. Which day?
the first
this
couple
is-
rows.
Yeah, this is daily. Yeah, it's pretty consistent. This is actually pretty consistent organic growth.
Mm-hmm. And it's been growing since 892, about a little bit more
There's a lot of-
exponentially.
I was not even aware that data was down there.
No,
I love
No,
this
you
type
don't
of
know
data.
that?
There's a lot of data here, man.
I love this type of data.
Oh yeah, this is something I'd love to look at on the daily. Get to see all the stuff going on in the background. Because the price can just do whatever. I see that people are. I see there's more stakers. I see there's more holders. I see more money's being locked up. So yeah, it gives you a whole bunch of insight of what's happening on the background. I don't know about a lot of other tokens that lets you do that.
Yeah, as far as transparency, these are one of the few that are pretty transparent, and it's credit to the way that Richard Hart designed it. That is 100% decentralized. So it's like we don't need him for anything. We just build on top of it, extract data, and
That's
this is
literally all
amazing.
it is. It's a whole spreadsheet of just everything that's going on. 4 more days from 900 full days of Hex, 100% uptime. What's 4 more days from now? What's that, this Friday? Yep.
yeah,
So this shit's gonna drop from 10 million, keep dropping and keep dropping and keep dropping, eh? How many? So what I don't understand is how much T-shares did it start with?
If you go up,
Oh, it grows. It grows. Never mind.
okay.
Shit goes up and down. Never mind.
I say you can go to the first day and see how much was in there on the first day if you click on the day button to the top left.
yeah, it'll just flip it around.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You see?
So day 3 is the recording.
T-share rate in hex. So that means you would get 10. Oh, what? Oh no, payouts per T-share. Never mind. Wow.
Used to be nothing.
Wow.
$1 a T-share.
A dollar t-shirt. How much is a t-shirt now? Like 3,200, 3,300.
Is it that low?
2,500 right now.
Wow.
That was yesterday. Is that what the price is right now? If you scroll up. Oh, lower.
Oh, right now it's
2,700. Tic Tac Toe Crypto says.
And we're not too far from having 100,000 holders too.
I think we're very soon, man.
Oh yeah, we're really soon. Really soon.
Well, not only that, you get that S curve action. So I'm interested. You mentioned the 100,000 holders because that's one of the data points that I'm going to be writing down on one of my yellow legal pads is to see what the exponential growth is to take us from 100,000 to 200,000 and how fast that matriculates compared to what it took us, what type of energy it took us to get to 100,000. Because, we're looking at how many days you say 800 or almost 900 days now.
Yep.
Yeah.
4 more days away.
It's going to be, people will be amazed and surprised. I mean, you want to see some back end numbers and stuff like that is watch the growth pattern of what it takes us to go from 100,000 to 200,000.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you guys hear about this hex market that's coming out that's gonna allow you to stake Hedron and earn yield?
No. No, I did not.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, they reviewed it a little bit today on the show. It's Hex Market. I'm not sure who's behind the project and like what his credentials are and like his trust within like the community, but it could be a good thing because like for most of us, Hedron is a long term play. So like if we're just if it's a safe contract to interact with, might as well stake it and earn some yield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I had mentioned to RH Maximalist on GMC or GRC's channel is that, from my perception, these are my perceptions, is that the Hedron is like an engine being built. It's one of these delayed aspects that really hasn't reached its full potential yet. But then all of a sudden it's going to, and people are going to stand around and be like, "What just happened?" And it didn't just happen. I mean, as we said, and we kind of agreed, is it kind of got lost in the news cycle. Hedron just kind of got lost in the news cycle, and it was kind of on to the next within like 2 weeks. And like don't be caught sleeping on that. I would definitely, if especially if you're into unit bias numbers and you like multiple zeros, I'd pick 10 times that amount. I'd take $100 worth of that in a heartbeat. At 1111. So
Yeah, I'm super bullish on Hedron. I understood its value from the moment it was launched. As far as like for anyone who wants to like aside from the price appreciation, whoever wants to acquire more T shares, it's the perfect vehicle to to give you T shares hopefully at the at the distressed price.
Yeah, I personally like Hedron as well. I've been DCing in, so we'll see what happens. It's a long-term play. But yeah, I'm excited that you can stake it. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
yeah, Beam D mentions it's going to burn Hedron too. So that's another. So you're going to have the burning, the staking.
I guess people were saying that Hedron's supposed to follow the B share price, or pretty much the share price of X. How does that work? Does anyone know?
I didn't know it was supposed to follow the share price.
I've heard that from a
Yeah,
few
I've heard
people.
what I've heard is like 1/10 of the price. That's what I've heard.
For what, the Hedron?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is that when I was calculating it at one point with the bonus, you were getting like 10% of your initial cost back. So it should be worth like 10% of it at some point. Because at the beginning, you were able to get 10% of your initial worth right at the beginning. Remember, I don't remember. I forget what until what X is. I think it stopped at like 7X. And then at 7x, it brought you down to like a 6% of your initial stake. So like, let's say you put $100, you would have got right away $6 back in Hedron for what the Hedron was worth, right? So then that needs to grow in value and ratio. But I think as soon as we start burning it, it's gonna start, because if we don't find usage for Hedron, it's over. Like, I'm sorry, as much as we like the project, if no one uses it and burns it, it's over. We're gonna have to start printing a lot of money. You know what I mean, guys? Because like, if we don't use that protocol and we use Hex, shit, man, there's gonna be so much Hedron. It's gonna be unbelievable. So, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna, because it'll get rarer and rarer and rarer each Hedron because of the B shares. So in 5 years from now, we'll talk.
Like Metal 101 just said in the Twitch comment, in the Twitch chat, B shares will be valuable in the not too distant future.
Yeah, don't
Oh
sleep
yeah,
on
for
it.
sure. It definitely will be valuable. The ability to create the HSI, at the same time, the value that, like, when you see how Pulse Doge at the beginning, they didn't want to give people, their airdrop on the way Hedron was made, but sadly you're good. You're able to do it with the Hedron, if I'm not mistaken, right? It works with the HSIs, no? Did you guys, anyone try it?
I have
Yeah,
not.
It worked, so
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, I know. Early on, David Fetter had mentioned that he had done a Hedron stake just to kind of test things out, that type of thing. And I plan on doing it with one of my smaller 15-year stakes or something like that, just for kind of shits and giggles. I'll be honest.
I did one for shits and giggles, and I think I got like forget how much I got out of it. I think I got like 1.3. I got 130 B shares out of it, so we'll see what happens with it.
Somebody's kicking some feedback.
Oh, I don't know who that is, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, yeah, it stopped. Yeah, no, I got my actually just a couple weeks ago. I had my very first NFT, but shout out to Staking Apes because he's the one who gave it to me. So I got a cryptographics ape. But
that's awesome, man. Shout out to Staking Apes.
Yeah, I mean, I hit him up to come on the show, but I don't think he will. I'm not sure.
No, I think he's in school right now. He's doing his homework, and he has like a.
Oh God, pleb.
Yeah. Did you see his metaverse rendering that he uploaded?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, it was nice, very nice. Yeah, yep. I don't know much about the metaverse, but from what Richard says, it's just we've already done it, right? So
we've been doing it for decades. Like, basically, the way I like to summarize it is any game, whether it was the early 90s or 2000s, that had voice activated chat in game, that's a metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to play this game called RuneScape back in the day, but it was pretty awesome. So I could relate.
And if we really want to go back, I guess Xbox Live brought, air quotes, metaverse to the masses.
Yeah,
once Xbox Live came out, you had in-game chat, so
GTA, all that,
Yeah, Halo, all that stuff,
Well, I know someone that's doing stuff with GTA. Like, there's this metaverse thing on Soul. They're called Paradox Realm. They basically they're using GTA to incorporate metaverse, so you can get like NFTs and have them into the metaverse, and they're doing like marketing on the metaverse, so people could go on to GTA, and it's pretty cool. They bought the rights for. That's pretty cool. I can't say much, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, before I found Hex, I had invested into this coin that paid you in that coin. As long as you played Call of Duty and like Grand Theft Auto and stuff like that. Of course, it was went to zero fast, pumped, and went to zero. But it's interesting some of the utilities that are coming out.
Yeah, it is because it's cool what you could do with that 5M. Because you could pay to do whatever you want with their libraries, and they have like Red Redemption, GTA, and they have also so many other games that people are gonna figure out something to do with that. And I know for a fact because in Montreal there's a lot of video games, and lately, two of my friends actually do like a nighttime job where they try out video games. So there's a lot of video game metaverse stuff happening nowadays. So
Damn, that's
I'm pretty
interesting. I never heard
confident
of
about
that.
that. It's gonna happen whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
Because the technology is just superior than what they have now. One
like
day we're gonna have like these virtual, like the Oculus. The Oculus is probably something very slept on, like kind
yeah,
of like the iPhone or like a smartphone or like
yeah,
the iPod. I think
exactly.
it's very underrated. I know it's not perfected, but
Yeah, if
fuck
it,
the things you could do with the Oculus, man. In my mind, I'm like, imagine like a virtual Richard Hart experience stream.
yeah, and there's already hints of it. Like if anyone saw the most recent Google I/O stream where they premiered the next generation of the Google Lens.
No,
Yeah, just like you can probably pull it up, but yeah, you give it a few years, um, and it's we're basically IRL is going to be the metaverse. That's essentially what they're doing, live transcribing and Google Lens is like technically built into it, so it can identify stuff as you're walking around. Um, so yeah, so as it gets a little bit more advanced, and some of these bigger tech companies start migrating from like Web 2 to Web 3, we're gonna be seeing some pretty crazy stuff.
Have you guys tried the Oculus? Actually, I got that for my birthday, but I never opened it. I was thinking of selling it so I could buy more Hex.
I have one, but I don't use it as much.
My
I,
roommate has one.
I used to know someone who had it, and I played it a lot. Interesting device. Did a couple horror games on the end. I know what you guys talking about. Once they get the technology down pack, it's going to be a very interesting world we're living in.
it's gonna be insane, guys.
Yeah, I
What
don't
do you
do
think's
any
gonna be the
gaming.
next? What do you guys think's gonna be the next project? Like I know there's all the other projects that are coming out, and we're being very surprised. How they're turning out because of all the FUD at the beginning, people not understanding how this happens. And what do you think's gonna be the next big come up for Hex? Like to build on Hex? Like what would you like to see be built on Hex?
The wallet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say the wallet.
Okay.
If you could just download an app and just get Hex, boom, right there. I mean, it'd be perfect.
Everyone's like a wallet.
Decentralized, just I don't know. Take you right to the Uniswap or PulseX and you're just buying Hex right away. That'd be nice.
I feel like, and this is a heavy speculation. The Richard Hart wallet is going to be a straight connection to PulseX and PulseChain, and like maybe you get a little bit of a bonus if you use it on those platforms. That was as a low game theory, light game theory. I was putting through my head.
He might do something similar to what Internet Money's doing, and have the wallet, maybe with like a built-in swap and buy functionality, and that probably has a little bit extra of a fee, and then that fee goes back to whoever sacrificed for the wallet. Similar to like how MetaMask piggybacks off of like Uniswap, we would just be piggybacking off of PulseX.
There's one thing I would really love to see because stakes are expiring. And I always wondered, NFTs, if you could create like an expiring NFT which does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying if you could create one and have it, um, you could create like a lifetime game. So imagine a virtual world where your character, you could rent the character, right? And it's your stake. So in order to be part of this metaverse, you got to create a stake, and your stake is that character's lifetime. You know what I mean? So it's like the more you develop your character, I
Isn't
don't know,
that
some
what
crazy,
the
like
wagon
someone would
DAO's
definitely
doing?
be able, like it would be crazy. Like imagine you pay to be on the metaverse, right? So you put like you're worth that much on the metaverse because of your stake, right?
Yeah.
So like when
Well,
you're
hold up.
in,
So my worth on the metaverse is dependent on the amount of
well, like
teeth
think
you
about, yeah,
buy.
well, you can create multiple human beings on the metaverse, right? Because it's like it's your stake. So your stake is you could have a metaversian or a hexagon, right? That like could last up to 15.2 years, like actual years, right? So you could play this character for 15.2 years. So like let's say how we do these Twitter spaces, right? You could create a character and have it your stake. So officially everyone knows that because you're on the metaverse, you have a stake. But your stake and the characters for depending on how long you keep it. So it would incentivize people to have longer stakes or create characters just for the fuck of it, right? And then you could go in the metaverse and go talk to people, do this, go there, go into like maybe the Oculus land where it's like, hey, I'm telling you, there's so many things you could do with this concept of using your stake as an NFT, and it's timed, right? You could do that for companies, saying like, okay, well, down deposits for like, let's say people put down deposits on certain things. Well, they could put a down deposit in Hex, and it could like accrue itself over the years. There's so many things the NFT will give it power, but the gaming wise, I think the NFT would be like, a character. It's like in the Richard land, like in the Richard dungeons. Come chill with Richard in the dungeons. Yeah, man, it would be really cool.
Well, one of the things I think, yeah, this is my expectation is the fact that I think I see Mana Token, Decentraland, moving over and using the PulseChain network, just because they're inhibited basically by fees on Ethereum and constricted. That, and they've had some success. I mean, in their build outs. I haven't really followed them. I looked at them initially, and it was one of those tokens. I honestly, I picked up some tokens in a Mew wallet, an old wallet, like it was 3 years
They've
old.
been around, man. The
Yeah,
John McAfee shit. If anyone's been long enough in crypto, they were one of the in the 2 week scam that he did. They were one of the tokens that he's like, watch it, trust me, don't sleep on Decentraland. This shit's gonna blow up in 4 to 5 years. And he said that, I remember, 4 to 5 years. And little does he know it, 4 to 5 years he was right.
well, the
It
funny is,
is insane, man.
I had was it like $638 worth of tokens that I had transferred from trying to think of that US crypto exchange. I haven't used it in 3 years. But anyways, I dumped it in this wallet, and I promptly forgot about it. And that was like 3 laptops ago. And, but I had it in my tabs thing for my Ether wallet and then Ethereum Explorer up there. And I picked it up during the bull run about a year ago. And it was worth like $24,000. I was like, whoops. I'd never looked at it. I forgot about it. And the sad part was it was on a laptop that I thought the power supply had gone bad. I took it to the computer repair shop. I told them I had some tax documents or something for a housing purchase that I needed. And I didn't tell him what it was. And the guy calls me back. He goes, Mr. Holtzman, it's not necessarily your power supply. He goes, you've obviously spilt something on this keyboard, which I probably did. And he goes, your motherboard's fried and the hard drive's failing. And I'm like, oh no, what can we do? So needless, long story short is $500 later, he recovered it recovered the hard drive to an external hard drive. I plugged it in. I searched for my code thing. I was able to find it. So score. But
Wow.
yeah, it really has. I mean, valuation has grown, but I really expect to see something like that flourish on PulseChain network. simply because of the ability to transact and people's desire to use that platform.
That's funny, man. I've been trying to get this one hard drive to open. It doesn't. I keep hearing the click, 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 click.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
I know it's old, like an idiot. I have a lot of stories. It's funny. That's why now it's kind of. That's why sometimes it's like every story you think about or any way you think about protecting yourself, there's a way to fucking dick you. So you just gotta be very active with everything you do in crypto. You can't just, like you said, you could have forgot that wallet.
I did.
You know,
If it wasn't in my tabs and I didn't happen to click up on it and see it, and just like honestly, I had no idea.
it's funny, man. I'm telling you.
I have a few accounts with crypto locked up because I opened it overseas, through VPNs and all kinds of stuff. And then once AML kicked in, it's like, oh, you need to start verifying stuff. It's like, yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to prove I live in this country. Like, so I have stuff. Like, who knows what value it has today? It's just like, yeah, this is staying locked up in there.
Got to make a friend overseas. Somebody you trust.
I definitely
Like you.
lost about $10,000 worth of Bitcoin, today's value. I don't know how or when or what made me, but back in like 2016, I was randomly buying Bitcoin like every 2 to 3 months. I can't even tell you why I was. I discovered I was buying Bitcoin like back in August. The account has a crazy amount on it, but I can't get into it right now.
Mhm.
And I broke my C word somewhere, have no idea where it is. And I've looked for it for 2 weeks straight.
Yeah, but I have a similar story to like Richard, where I was like mining Bitcoin, but I had no idea. Like, unlike him, he knew he was mining Bitcoin. Like, since I'm, involved in like media and the internet, like, Bitcoin came, across my radar. This is how you do it. Okay, let me try it. So I was like just mining Bitcoin, but not really caring what I was doing because I was making, good money during that time. So it was just like, okay, here's this fake imaginary money. Okay, let me let my computer work and like mine these coins, and forgot about it, and then formatted the computer with the wallet. And then by the time I remembered, it was like, oh, it was that computer that I formatted like 6 years ago. Okay, great. So who knows how much was in that wallet? Because it was like the work office computer, so it was just on mining all the time.
I don't think you want to know that,
So you have free electricity to use on that thing. Wow.
Well, yeah, because I was mining from the office, so it was just like, and I had a graphics card, so it was just like, because I'm always, editing and Photoshop and stuff like that. So, yeah, and I just completely forgot about it, just completely ignored it. And then when I got back into it, when I realized the mistake I did, and I got back into it, I forgot what price I got in, but it was very low, and then it pumped to like $200, and I kind of got nervous, and I was like, I'm getting rid of this. This shit is fake. This shit is a scam. Like, there's no way this thing is worth $200 each. Got rid of mine, and then convinced my best friend to sell his when it pumped up to like 600. I was like, bro, get rid of it before it goes down. Like, you're lucky to even be getting 600.
You're lucky to be getting 600 Bitcoin.
No, 600 per
$600.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
$600 per Bitcoin. Sorry. God damn.
Yeah, so we like, I made those mistakes early on.
That had to have been around November of 2016, right?
Yeah, that seems accurate. Yeah, actually, that seems accurate because that job I started around 2010, 2011, around there. Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah.
No, that's I got my first 3 Bitcoin November 4th, 2016. It was $634 per Bitcoin. So.
And then the whole Ethereum run up, I missed that as well. I wasn't even paying attention to crypto, like not at all. Had no idea about Ethereum until like later on when I got back into it. It was like, oh, this is other network called Ethereum.
No, it was brand new actually, and that was like new to Coinbase. And a couple coworkers, this one coworker of mine, Nante, I had a couple friends of mine are Filipino and a big part of the Filipino community here. And he went, I got him into the whole Coinbase and Bitcoin. And all of a sudden he comes into work one day. And he's like, hey, Scott, I bought he bought 55 Ethereum at like $7 a piece. And at the time I told him, I said, listen, I don't know anything about this Ethereum thing that you speak of. So I'm like, all I know is Bitcoin, and I'm like, I kind of got onboarded by reading Andreas Antonopoulos's book, The Internet of Money. And when the light bulb went off on cryptos for me. But literally from beginning of January 2017 up until June, it basically went from $7 to $70 per Ethereum. And he was heading back to the Philippines. He's like, yeah, I'm going to sell my Ethereum. I'm like, bro, don't do that. I'm like, at that point, I had researched enough. And I'm like, you don't want to do that, man. Or just, like sell some, but not all, sell half. But he sold it all. And literally in 2017, it went up to like $1,300 per Bitcoin. He could have bought a house. The average price of a house, a really nice house in the Philippines, was $28,000, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Yeah.
I wish. I wish.
1,300 times 55. Yeah. He could have been a king in the Philippines.
Yeah, it's great to hear all these stories. So hopefully I won't make the same mistake,
Well, if anybody's listening to these and it's not just OG reminiscing, is think about this now. This could be you telling that exact same story when you sell your PLS on a 10X and you're like thinking you scored big, and like, woohoo, I got money. Cause I see them pop up on the Twitter feeds, screen captured chats and stuff. The one I saw this weekend when I was in Portland and I brought up the Twitter feeds, the guy was saying something to the effect of like, he was glad he sold, he sold at 30 and didn't sell at 10 when he was originally going to do. And it was like, it was an astronomical, I mean, it was like 7,800 Bitcoin or something like that. So you just don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm hodling strong, but to each his own. Even like 10X.
That's why I'm going full-time crypto at the end of this month, because the opportunity cost, understanding what I know now and looking at historical data, it's like, I need to put all my energy and effort into this because this can be life-changing, generational wealth type thing,
Yeah. And tic-tac-toe crypto, I mean, sack too much or, they need the money. I mean, if you need the money, you need the money. I mean, that's just bottom line. But there's a lot of people that just simply get in and get out. And that's just the way they operate. I mean, if I had listened to the people that I actually onboarded into Hex as Hex was going up, I think, what I got in, what we start at 0.00056 or something like that in Hex. And, as I watched the thing grow, I got to a point where, I was telling my friend, I'm like, look, it's the price of, a brand new Forerunner, and he's like, sell that stuff, man. He's like, he said, sell that shit. He's like, get that Forerunner. I'm like, no, bro, you don't understand. Like, that's chump change. I'm like, you gotta wait. So.
And I'm gonna add on, guys. Please take care of your security for your crypto. Have your seed phrase safely copied in multiple locations. Hardware wallet is, of course, the best fail safe. But if you're early, you don't have the money for it. Just be safe, be mindful. What else do I want to add about that? Because I can't tell you how pissed off I was when I saw how much, because I could see how much money was in there that I just could not touch. Sickening to my stomach. Keep a daily ledger of probably what's going on with your moves. I don't know. And y'all got something else for security? Because I really don't want people to get wrecked on that.
Yeah, I understand. Be confident with your money. Do only what you're confident in doing. Understand your opportunity cost. Understand what you do daily. Don't get if you're doing a 15-year stake, don't buy a treasure. Put that money in the 15-year stake. If you're gonna do every day, that's important. security is probably coming from myself and my experience. You want to do everything possible and understand every way possible and have every backdoor possible for any type of reason possible, because you never know what is possible. And then you will regret it not taking that little step, and having that little copy, or doing this and making sure you didn't do this to make sure it really hurts you, and don't have that regret, especially with security. You have one chance. There's no mistakes, no customer service. Make sure you do what you got to do, and make sure you do it properly, and make sure you understand what you're doing, especially when it comes to your security, whether it's hard wallet, offline, whether it's a seed phrase, authenticator key, if it's a JSON file. Make sure you know what you're doing, as long as you're comfortable doing it, and don't assume that it won't happen to you, because anything can happen to someone. And on that note, guys, I'm gonna have to pull a Hex Morgan, and say that I'm currently have people over, and I'm gonna have to onboard them right now. So wish me luck. I would
You
like
know,
to thank
onboard.
everyone.
What kind of onboarding?
I'm
We're
gonna pull
onboarding Hex, right?
I gotta
Onboarding
walk
to
the
Hex.
dogs.
Is
I
that
gotta
what you
walk the
call
dogs,
it?
guys.
Is that what you call it these days?
Yeah, so
What?
one of these onboarding.
I'm gonna
Hex
onboard.
and
Yeah,
chilling.
yeah.
Hex and chilling.
But yeah, guys, I'd like to thank everyone, and then I'm gonna do it longer next week. So see how
All
you.
good, man. We
This is
appreciate
how
your
man.
bad it
words.
feels, man. This is awful, man. I feel so bad.
Thanks for
Yeah.
Okay,
inviting
guys.
me on, Famous, and just peace out. But
Yeah, no, man, it's my pleasure, man. Listen,
Yeah, I
man,
appreciate
we wanna know exactly what you think, and who wants to know about me. I'm already talking for days in the fucking chat in the Twitter Spaces, and I really hope people go on the Twitter Spaces, because we're doing a big difference, and crypto is so much funner now that we have that. So yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
thankful for the people. So this is your time to shine, guys, and enjoy it. And the fork is coming. Hex be with you all.
Yes, sir.
Take care,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
Have fun.
Hex be with you.
Yeah, on the security point, and I back in my Twitter feed about a month ago, I had put in some listing. I think I'm echoing with somebody. Hopefully that's not Hex to learn. No, it's not. I had put out, and I think K4K has done a really good one. Bullish. I really like the Raspberry Pi and Trezor operation. I really appreciate. Check out Bullish's video. If you understand Linux or you feel comfortable with that. If you don't, check out K4K's. Basically, he's saying the same thing that I necessarily would say, which is, I personally invested in a laptop that I can basically air gap and, hook up my Trezor, and that thing doesn't need to, hook up multiple Trezors, but that thing doesn't need to touch the interwebs, at all, in any short time frame. So it's not, I would not recommend just keeping your crypto on a MetaMask on a laptop or a computer that you're utilizing on a daily basis. You're inviting yourself to potential infiltration through possible keyloggers, possible hacks. Never underestimate your best friend. I mean, to stick a keylogger into your system. Because I've heard stories of best friends sharing a wallet, and then the one good friend, ends up moving out and cleans out the wallet on his way out. So, be safe out there. A Trezor is not that expensive in the long term if you consider whatever you have in PLS, PLSX, Hex, Hedron, what have you. It can add up really fast. Just think about the value proposition of what I expressed with Mana. That was throwaway investment into Mana, to be honest with you. It was like I was just clearing off my Bittrex. That's what the exchange was. I was clearing off my Bittrex exchange account, and I transferred that, and I promptly forgot about it for basically 3 years until the height of the bull run. And think about the opportunity costs if, somehow that thing got hacked. It's $24,000. So it can add up real quick, real fast.
Everybody left.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, everybody left or they fell asleep.
All right, time to go from my water to my coffee.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm still drinking water here.
Oh, I had to get that water in. I'm doing the crypto fitness challenge that that GRC and Sam have and Bullish have running, and so I do about 2.2 liters a day of water. So irregardless, even on the road when I was traveling, went to the store and I even told Bally at Brand, he's like, what do you know, because I was grabbing my protein shakes, so I had my meal replacement stuff. I wasn't necessarily sticking to my diet because we were visiting a guy. Shout out to this guy. You can find him on the Twitter feeds. Look him up. Hex Jimbo. This guy is doing 3-star Michelin pasta, handmade pasta out of a food truck. I mean, it's just incredible. You can see the plating of the food. I posted it on my Twitter feed, but we went out there. I flew out there to try his food because I told him I'd come out once he got the food card together.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I just followed him on Twitter.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm doing the crypto challenge too. I'm actually down like 12 pounds already.
Nice.
See, good for you. Thanks. You sent it to me. Well, because I'm doing the reverse of everybody. So I'm actually up. I'm up 14.6 pounds.
Oh, shit. Wow.
I actually started the process about a week before because I was actually doing this on my own. I mean, some people have heard my story, but basically within a 6-month time frame, I got hit with the vid twice really hard, especially the second time when I came back from Vegas. I went down and out for 3 weeks, and for 10 days I couldn't even eat anything. All I could do was drink water. But I started off the challenge at 150.4 pounds, and I'm up to 164.6. So I'm trying to do the reverse.
Yeah, I gained 6 pounds since the challenge started.
Okay, nice.
I'm getting there. It's difficult.
I wish I had the game because that's easy. You just eat.
Well,
so you say.
Me, it's difficult because I'm not used to drinking a gallon of water to begin with. So like that's a new thing for me. So I got that in the bag now, and then just like literally stuffing my face with food all day long. It's like that's another thing. Like the first week was difficult. Like it was like a few times where I felt like I wanted to throw up. But now it's a lot easier because I'm just basically like stuffing my face with food and then chugging down water. So it's just like a lot easier.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say how you're not hungry because you smoke, right? So
yeah, but I don't know, it's weird. Like smoking for me has never been like like the side effects that people get. Like for me, like smoking is all mental. So like if I'm in the mood to focus, I'll smoke. If I'm having pain, I'll smoke. If I want to go to sleep, I'll smoke. Like it's basically I smoke, and whatever I put my mind to, like that's essentially what happens. So yeah, we smoking weed has nothing to do with it.
I don't know. I get munchies all the time when I do smoke, but that's just me.
Like this whole time I was here, I've smoked like 2 joints. Hunger hasn't kicked in yet because before the show I stuffed myself. So yeah.
Wales only junior over here. And boys from New York don't play.
Yeah. But overall, this whole fitness journey has been pretty good. I've been when I'm not staying up till 4 a.m. in spaces, I'm now getting like a full 8 hours of sleep, which before it was like once my body hit 4 hours, it was like I was up. Like my body would just wake up.
You're pretty much there, Bullish, when I wake up in the morning. I mean, the gym opens up here at 5:15 in the morning, so I'm usually there 5:15 to 5:30. And like, so if I'm waking up like 4:30, 4:45, and I pop onto the spaces just to see who's, sleeping on stream, so to speak. And
I try to go to sleep before a gym rat wakes up.
Okay.
The gym rat wakes up at 4 a.m, so I'm like, I gotta go to sleep before gym rat wakes up. But yeah, these past couple of days I've just been staying because it's hard for me to sleep with like this launch coming. It's like you don't really know, like it can be any day, like. So I've been losing a lot of sleep over that.
I sleep like a baby. Actually, the one thing I can say about this challenge, because I was a 4 to 6 hour sleeper before the challenge, and the one thing that the dynamic that has changed is I've been striving for that 8 hours, and so I've actually purposely actually my body is starting to my rhythm cycle is starting to adjust where I'm actually getting tired. Where beforehand, I'd be up till 1 and
Right. Exactly.
jump up at 6, that type of thing. And I've been pushing myself to get those 8 hours in.
Yeah, like the first 2 weeks of the challenge, I was getting like my full 8 hours. It was like these past couple of days, like ever since we knew, like, okay, it can be any day now. It's like it's been on my mind. I'm like, I feel like I'm not ready for like mainnet. Like even though I like been preparing for like these past couple of months, and I've been loading up my hex bags and everything. That and then on top of whenever it launches, I gotta be ready for a 24-hour stream. So it's just like, uh, so all those things like these past couple of days have been lingering, but staying up these past 2-3 days until 4 in the morning. Today, I felt the effects of it, so I'm not doing that tonight.
Yeah, I'm ready for the launch whenever it is. End of May, beginning of June. I have no rush or expectations. I'm not anxious for anything. As I discussed with Jimbo and with Valiant this weekend, is I have my strategy. It's pretty simple written out, but I said, guys, do understand. I mean, when it launches, it might be just like this, like out the window it goes, I'm like, poof, and everything changes for whatever unforeseen, circumstance or event. So, I keep it loose as far as, that goes. But really, I mean, I tell people 85 to 90% of people, and I get DMs from people on Twitter and stuff. And I'm like, probably the best possible thing you can do, especially if I go and I don't know them and I look up and they have like 82 followers and, you can kind of tell they're just like new to the crypto scene type thing. And I'm like, just sit on your thumbs, sit on your hands, like listen to Whales, go listen to Whales stream. He'll tell you, sit on your hands and do nothing. Those are the people who prosper.
Watch Whales, watch K4K, watch Crypto Coffee. They're going to tell you basically the same thing. They're just going to tell you more details why. Just sit on your thumbs. Maybe make some one-sided stakes if you're comfortable with a certain amount of coins being staked out. And just watch the fireworks.
Oh yeah, believe me, I'm staking. I was only able to sacrifice for PulseX because I found out about Richard Hart and Hex like 4 months ago. So like everyone else, I'm sure I didn't put enough into it. So whatever I'm getting, I am gonna do a single side stake. I have a strategy on getting a shitload of PLS. Some people know my strategy already. I'm not gonna share it on stream. But yeah, I have a little sneaky strategy for that, and then I'm bringing in a bunch of dry powder, which I have ready. So yeah, I'm gonna try to ape in as much as I can, and then look for any dips and buy any dips that happens, and just take it from there.
Yeah, and hey, let me throw out this question to you guys, to anyone in the streams who doesn't want to click that link and jump on board here. This is a question I have, and I've gone back and forth on this. The first thing was, initially in testnet, you were limited to 10 million PLSX stake for one-sided staking. And in speaking with people, initially that's what we thought it was going to be. And then speaking with people, they said, oh, that's just temporary for testnet, and that's not going to be so when we actually go live. Now, subsequently, I've heard, and I won't mention who it was, but heard another streamer mentioning about, well, you can do your 10 million, PLSX stake, single-sided staking as you build up and you get, another 10 million down the road, then open another MetaMask wallet and do another 10 million. So it sounded like, and it was limited again. So I'm just like, wait a minute, I thought this was settled. So straighten me out. What do you guys know?
It is not settled. We will see what happens once mainnet pops off, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with what's going on with that either.
I'm okay either way. The joke between me and K4K, him and I talked about it a bit, and I talked about it with yeah, gosh, I just drew graphics. Cryptographics is I went and just as a thought experiment. I was degenning on the PL or on the test net for probably about 10 to 14 days, spending like 12 to 14 hours a day, just ripping through that thing. So I took 2 days and basically created 300 MetaMask wallets and spreadsheeted them the whole bit. So I'm good either way. I mean, if you can only do 10 mil, great. I'm ready. But if you can just do it through one and stake whatever, more than 10 million, then I'm ready for that too.
I mean, that's definitely going to be something, and that's something people going to have to think about, for their strategy. It's something that we're also going to be able to do, at least on PulseChain. Like, well, if we do have a 10 million limit, hey, at least you can make 5 different other MetaMask or 5 different other wallets and just transact on them without paying too much of a crazy fee. But one more thing, and Bullish, I'll let you go. From my understanding, the dev said the first 2 weeks, we most likely won't see any single side staking until everybody puts their vote in for what they want. So really, first couple of weeks is not really going to be too much you're going to be able to do except for swapping and providing liquidity, from my understanding.
Yeah, I'm planning on providing liquidity. I've been testing around with it, just so I can understand it. Like, I'm the type of person I don't mind, spending a few dollars just to like have some real world experience. So I played around with it a little bit on the ETH side, so I can better understand it. Now that I have a better understanding on how it works, I'm gonna play around with it. Not with too much capital, but just a little bit. Once PulseChain launches, especially with some of the stuff that Richard Hart was saying about providing EHEX and PHEX liquidity. So I'm gonna play around with it, see what happens.
Yeah, I don't understand why you would pair those two instead of staking hex. But everything else, I was gonna actually ask you, what's your favorite pair on testnet that you played around with? If you can speak on that, I don't know.
Good question. Let me go and check.
What are the results? But for hex, like, why would you? Is it worth it? Because hex just gives you that yield. So why would you even? I would think of providing liquidity for.
Because I hold a at least 3% liquid anyway.
Okay, so you can. Okay,
you understand? So I might as well just play around with it and see what happens.
Okay, I understand. Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah, but at the moment I'm 97% stake.
Well, hey, Bullish, this one's for you because I'm not going to be doing any liquidity providing. I've learned enough because I didn't understand the whole liquidity providing thing, but I'm satisfied now that I have a good comprehension. It's just it's not part of my risk tolerance portfolio. But here's something for you. I think this would be if I were to provide some type of liquidity. What do you think about the one I came up with is the Hex MAXI?
Yeah, actually, that's a good one. Actually,
it is right.
Yeah, that's a really good one. I didn't even think of that one.
No, man, most people have not yet, and I'm just like, I'll have to just throw it out for free because I won't be competing with you because I'm not going to do it. But I think it's pretty much solid.
Yeah, that's a good one. Wow.
Free alpha.
Yeah, I'm gonna play around with it on testnet. So I'm checking now. I did some DAI PLS. That one did all right. But that one I did early on. So I'm pulling up all the ones I did because I did a few of them. I've been playing around with all sorts of stuff. So.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing to bridge my MAXI over, so my wrap MAXI and pair that with MAXI on PulseChain. But I don't know. We'll see. I might do that with a little bit, or like a Hex deck said, Hex MAXI pair. I was thinking of doing that.
Yeah, so I tested because I have like 3 different wallets that I'm testing with on testnet. So I did a PLSX, PLS. That was doing decent. Like everything I'm talking about, we're talking about like triple digit returns. You know what I mean? Like USDC PLS triple digit returns. Those are the ones I've been playing with, like so far, like those three mainly.
Yeah, I mean the PLS should do well too. I mean, yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. I mean, I'm sure one of them will do better, but not by a lot. So, and you could just tell a lot of people are gonna swap the PLSX for PLS or any other ERC20 tokens that they have for PLS initially. I feel like that's the vibe I'm getting from just hearing everyone in the community.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to accumulate as much as possible from both ends. I'm gonna use the buy and burn a lot, because that I've been testing out a lot, and for the little bit amount of PLS that you use in gas, you get a good amount of PLSX back. So
Yeah, until the bots get a hold of it, you know.
well, no comment.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm making one of my own. Or I've already got one made. Yeah. Wales and I and who's the other person? We spent about 4 or 5 hours playing around with a strategy for the buy and burn during the testnet thing. We came across something, but can't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk in private. I'll show you mine.
Okay. Yeah.
I have one for PLS.
Okay.
We'll barter.
What about freepulse.io? Do you guys know anything about that? I heard you bullish.
Yeah, that's I love that website.
Sure.
Do you really get 10,000 PLS for every wallet you make?
No, well, you do at the start. I don't know if you're going to get.
I don't know if they're going to
10,000
keep that once they go live. I don't know if they're going
when
to
it
keep
goes
that once they go live.
I haven't actually honestly inquired, but right now during the testnet, you get 10,000 to boot when you first click on it. Anybody looking for a link, go to my Twitter. It's right up the top. But you can test out. It's just testnet right now. But you can basically, it's 24/7, and you can claim every hour. The majority of the time you're going to get like one PLS. But I've worked with it over a period of days, and I mean, I did some rough number calculations and stuff, and K4K had mentioned it on a video stream, and I'd contacted him about it. But think about this, guys. And he thought it would be a great idea. So I have a strategy towards this. But basically, somebody who spent $0 ever on crypto or on PLS, PLSX, when PulseChain launches, they can create a MetaMask, go to free.io. Maybe they only claim 4 or 5 times a day, but they do it every day for a year or two. They literally could potentially become a millionaire in crypto without having spent a dime.
Hextech, it's funny you mentioned that, because I was thinking about doing the same thing for a couple of my family members. Because I was thinking to myself, yeah, why can't I just make them a MetaMask, and every couple hours I tell them, yo, go and click on this site. Just click on it. What is this thing? Go and click on it, and go ahead about the rest of your day.
Clicking motorcycles and seaplanes, bro. I mean, literally, you could be sitting there watching Jerry Springer, and like every hour, like a trained monkey, it goes ding, and you set the timer and you click on it, because people don't know. And think about it: 37 cents average launch for Ethereum when it first launched, and it's we got up to what, over $3,000 6 years later. So it's not instant gratification, but it's stupid gratification, because you literally honestly could become a clickbot million, or a captcha click millionaire.
Even if it gets to 1,000, that alone in itself is we're super early. We're so early. It's oh man, it's like,
that's why people are worried and stuff, and I'm just like, what? The biggest thing I got, the most DMs I get, I don't get them so much anymore, but it was initially of like, I missed the sacrifice, I'm too late. And I'm like, oh my god, like
the thing doesn't
you
even
are killing me.
exist.
I'm like, you are killing me. Like
I've gotten that question a couple times myself, and I keep trying to tell people, yo, it doesn't exist. This thing is not real yet. How about you start putting some money inside, so when the thing drops, you got some dry powder to pick it up? How about you pick up a little summer job, so you have money coming in, just for PulseChain when it comes out.
Yeah.
Everybody's
guys-
just sitting on the ass right now. Can't nobody do nothing.
Yeah, nobody can do nothing. Now the guys who did create the freepulse.io, I mean, shout out to those guys, because I think one's, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not 100% on this. I think one's a dev and another one had something to do on another end aspect, non-technical related, with development of PulseChain. But they're providing out of their own bags. You know, there was no sacrifice for, you know, for this. They're providing out of their own bags. And I've seen some interviews, and because a lot of people are like, because if you know Bitcoin faucets, like I knew Bitcoin faucets back in the day, they would dry up. You know, back then somebody would run a script on them, and, you know, these guys got some things in place to avoid that. But, you know, they'd dry up, and then eventually, you know, 8 months down the line, they were non-existent. But from what I hear from them is like, this is supposed to run, quote, in essence, indefinitely, type thing. So
if it does, whew.
Yeah, if it does, you know, it's free money. I never shake it. You know, I never like say no to free money. I don't care. I'm the guy. You know, I mean, if anybody's watching, you haven't heard my story, but I'm the guy that basically collected loose change out of automobiles. I was an automotive detailer for 7 years. And so for 2.5 years, basically before the Hex launch, I collected all the loose change on traded in cars, not customer cars. You know, we didn't touch the customer's money, but you find loose change underneath the seats and stuff when you clean them out. So I'd take it and I'd put it in a mayonnaise jar. And when the mayonnaise jar got fun, I put it in a separate checking account I had, you know, for crypto investing. And then when PulseChain launch came, I basically invested that money, which was just, I think, you know, I'm trying to remember the exact number. It was around $1,400, I think. And I became a millionaire. I mean, like, you know, the guys in the shop would throw change over towards my bag, and I'd hear it go tink, tink, tink. They thought it was a joke. Yeah, I'm the old crazy crypto guy. And I'm like, ooh, nickel, ooh, penny, ooh, dime. And I didn't care. I was like, I'm going to make these things work for me.
These are the stories I love to hear, because even for people who are not, you know, in a great financial situation, it's like, you know, $100, you know, $300, $500 can change your life. Like,
definitely, you know, the leverage of time, you know, and that's the thing. I mean, it's leveraging time. So, I mean, I was following Richard Hart back in the days before he even started, you know, before he was even talking about the fluid dynamics coin, you know, when he's doing his self-help stuff, and he was talking his smack about Bitcoin with Roger Ver and stuff like that. You know, and when it was Bitcoin Hex, and then it became Hex, and then, you know, 14 months after it was supposed to launch, it became real. So when people are crying about like 8 months, like, oh, when PulseChain, you know,
right,
I'm like,
PulseChain.
I'm thinking, like, even if you have to give it another, 6 more months, I'm like, you're still on par with Hex.
I'm actually grateful that I came in the way that I came in, because, you know, like, you know, not to like repeat the whole story over again, but I got lucky with Doge because I forgot about it. So then by the time I found Richard Hart, he's preaching all this delayed gratification. I'm like, oh yeah, I just experienced that without even trying. So you know, I'm a firm believer in it. So like I came in like firm believer in delayed gratification because of the experience I just had. But now, you know, unlike that, I'm paying attention now. I'm going to DCA the whole time instead of just, you know, making a one-time purchase and just sitting on it. Knowing what I know now, I'm just going to DCA, and I'm really excited for the future. Really excited for the future. I'm really excited for everyone else who's like involved. I'm really excited for like this community, because like everyone who's here now, as long as you don't fumble the knowledge that like is being provided, you know, you're technically already, you know, rich.
Slow and steady wins the race. And, you know, don't discount the small things. And when people sit there and tell me, you know, well, I don't have much to invest in or whatever, I always sit there and say, start where you're at with what you have, and just start from there, and then just look for opportunities along the way. If you are doing that, those opportunities will come in whatever form, and it'll be different for anybody. It could be a side gig. It could be, you know, selling something that you didn't use in your garage and recouping that value. And I call it turning your dirty fiat into clean crypto. And it like works. That. Yeah. And if you want to understand the power of leveraging time and money, One of the books I always recommend to people, I say this a lot. It was a book I got into long before I got into crypto, but it's called The Richest Man in Babylon. It's like 73, 76 pages. It's an easy read. Pick it up. Get it free online. I'm sure it's free online. You can read it online. It's worth your time.
I actually hit up Whales Only, and I told him I hadn't read a book in years, and what's the first book I should read, and that's the one I got. I haven't read it yet, but
us New Yorkers, or I'm an ex-New Yorker, but yeah.
No, you're not an ex-New Yorker. Come on, man. You'll always be a New Yorker.
No, man. I always tell people I'm from Montana. I was just born in the wrong state. So no, I love it here. I mean, I've been back to New York a couple times, but I've been here for 12 years and it's fantastic.
never been to Montana.
No,
Country land.
No, it's
country
mountains and country and so much recreational stuff you can do. I mean, just check the state out, go on Google it and just check things out. There's so much beauty out here. I mean, I actually came out here many years ago, and I had some friends out here that at the time I was married, and we would visit with them. And when I first came out here, the very first time, I had even told my wife back then, I said, listen, if there was any place I'd ever live outside of, I was upstate New York, not down in the city. And I said it would be Montana. So when the divorce came, when the opportunity came, I just loaded up my Volvo station wagon, put my dog in the back, because I asked her, I said, well, what about the dog? I thought it was going to be a fight. She's like, give it to the pound. I'm like, oh, great. Like, dog's coming with me. Put my Navy duffel bag in and I drove off. Never looked back. So.
Yeah, before I got married, I always thought I was going to end up moving like down south, like the Atlanta area, because I love that city. I've traveled there a lot, like on business and stuff like that. So I just fell in love with Atlanta. So
Coca-Cola area?
No, like literally like downtown Atlanta, like that whole.
Okay.
Because that's where I spent most of my time. But I got to hang around,
Big
meet some
booties.
people. Oh man, bro, don't even get me started with the strip clubs. Like the stream will go in completely different conversation, man.
Oh no.
I'll just say they got the best wings. But yeah, once I got married and started traveling a lot with my wife, you get to better understand like who you are and what you want, and it's like all I want is to be near the beach, simple life, like
yeah,
that's what I'm looking for right now.
Yeah, I'm a pretty much a minimalist. So I mean, yeah, I used to brag about the fact that until I got married for like 17 years after I got out of the military, I could fit everything I owned in one of those 1999 U-Haul vans. So anytime I had to move, like one shot, everything moved.
It was funny when I was much younger, and even though like I've been blessed like because of the industry I'm in, to make a decent living and salary. When I was making less money, it seemed like I had more money as far as material things. And I started making more money and being wiser with my investment. I look like a homeless bum when I walk out in the street, and I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'm far from,
It's like I'm so far removed from the person I was before as far as like materialistic things, like Rolex watches, all high end luxury, changing cars every year just to say like, yeah, I got a new car. I used to do all that crap. Go out to the clubs, pick up the tab just to be like, yeah, I can do it. Now it's like, yeah, I don't even want to go out. Clothes, I don't need clothes. I have enough clothes. Like, like.
Yeah, no, what do they call it in the suburban areas? They call it keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah, I definitely did that. Not anymore.
And I used to tell people like, because even people like, especially when you work in automotive industry. So when people bring their cars in to be detailed or something like that, the guys in the shop are like, especially like an unusual or an exotic one type thing. And people are like, that guy's got to have money. I'm like, don't kid yourself, bro. I'm like, you look at people from the outside and you're not seeing what's inside. I'm like, I said, if you think about it, those people are probably just broke at a higher lifestyle. I mean, because I don't care if you earn, $100,000 a year or you earn $24,000 a year. If you're spending more than you earn,
Hmm.
you're just a higher level of broke. You know, I mean, and it's true, because when I tell people, that I work with, is like, I'm like, it's not how much you earned, it's how much you don't spend.
Right.
And if people can wrap their head around that mentality, that, because the mentality is like they don't have any money to save because they spend it all, but they don't even have the mentality of like not spending anything, you know.
Exactly.
And that's that book, Richest Man in Babylon. I think one of the very first lessons is pay yourself first. 10% of what you earn is yours to keep, no matter what. Can't afford your house, can't afford your circumstances, can't afford your car. Change those things, because you need to pay yourself 10%. Otherwise, you're going to be broke for the rest of your life and work till you're dead.
Yeah, pretty much. For me, it was like it was never really running out. It was just like not really having a savings. And then once you made the switch
Yeah.
to like saving and saving more than what you spend, and it's things started taking changes, and then it's like, okay, now I got money to make investments, and now okay, these investments are making me more money, and then it's like the snowball effect starts happening.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good to start as early as you can, no matter what age you're at.
Yeah. No, I mean, some people now like think that, like, oh, well, you were just lucky type thing. And I'm like, I go, and I've documented the story. It's set in stone, so it doesn't change. I don't waver. It's like when I got here to Montana, and all I had was the car, my dog, and my duffel bag. I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place to live. I had like $360 in my pocket, and I was waiting on the 401k split from the divorce with the wife. And that was it. And I had to file bankruptcy, so I ended up with a 540 credit score. So I couldn't even afford anything, right? And that's where Finnegan begin again. I mean, that's where I started from. And that, you talk about savings. I mean, that was one of my goals. My original goal was, 1, to get out of debt, 2, to have $1,000 in an emergency fund, and 3, improve my credit score. And that was before crypto.
Right. And all doable, no matter what age you're at.
Yeah. It took time. It didn't happen overnight, by no means.
One of the things I do with my onboards, when they tell me like, oh, I don't have enough money, or I need to make more money, I'm like, no. Let's go through your finances. And I literally go through their finances. And, usually there's an extra, 50, 100, maybe $500 a month that you have available once you start looking at, where you actually spend your money on. And, with like maybe like about a month ago, went through his finances and cleared up an extra $500 a month. It was like, look, dude, now you can DCA $500 a month.
Looky what we found here.
Without changing anything. It was like you're just spending money on, BS that you're not even realizing. Just pay attention to it, divert those funds.
Right.
Yeah, I even did it like, I mean, say like whatever, I'll say it, but like even with my drug dealer, you know what I mean? Like the guy who sells me weed. Like I was like, bro, like I know how much profit you make on each one. So just put like $5 aside from each one. And now you have a fund just to invest into crypto. And he was like, oh yeah, I wasn't even looking at that way. I was like, you won't even feel it. So you won't even feel it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is some people that that have worked with in the past type thing, is they give me the excuses, right? They're not giving them to me, they're giving them to themselves, because I'm not buying what they're selling. I'm like, I tell them straight out, I'm not picking up what you're laying down. So you need to adjust your thinking. But when they sit there and say they don't have $50 a month to invest into crypto, I just call bullshit on it. I'm just like, bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't tell. Let me see your Venmo account. Let me see how many Door Dashes you have this month alone. I mean, I was at the hotel last night. I mean, there's no place to
pull up her Amazon account.
What's that? Or the Amazon account. Let me see what subscriptions you're subscribed to that you don't use on a monthly basis. I'm like, there's an app for that if you can't figure it out.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That I literally do that with some of my onboards. I won't mention it here on stream, but they're like, oh yeah, I'm paying X amount for Disney Plus and Netflix and this, and I'm like, okay, cancel all those things. Use this app. I'll help you set it up. Boom, you just save $50. What's next? okay, your cell phone bill. Let me look at the cell phone bill. Actually, you don't need this plan. You can lower the plan. Well, here's an extra $30. You know what I mean? You're buying lunch every day. Okay, start making your meals at home. You know what I mean, even if it's two days a week, those 2 days a week will give you an extra $20-$30. You know what I mean? That you can
Sure.
throw into crypto. So you can always find a way to save money.
Yeah. And I can relate to the struggling aspect, because I remember there was a point, like 3 years before I got into crypto, like literally, I mean, my one of my most precious, valuable assets were my Snap-on tools, because I prefer Snap-on tools just because I believe in the product, and something ever breaks, they just replace it for me. It's no questions asked type thing, because I'm paying 3 times the amount of what they cost. But that was legitimately an asset, because it would be 4 days before next payday, and I'd have to bring that thing to the pawn shop just to carry me over. They knew me on a first name basis. They're like, how much do you need, today, Scott? And they never questioned, like, if I told them I need $100 one time, and then I had the exact same tool and I said I need 150 or 200 the next time, they knew I was coming back for it. But that was my circumstances, and it took time, but I got myself so I didn't have to do that. But that's reality. So I understand when things are hard.
Yeah, same thing with me. I tell people all the time, like, if you don't got it, you don't got it. It's understandable.
Yeah.
But you have time. Because sometimes people who don't got it, either they don't got it because they're just in a very, very bad situation, or they just don't have the drive to be like, what, let me go get a side gig, or let me go get a second job, or like I've heard people like
let me just add
Portendies
real quick.
had 2 jobs. It's like, come on, dude, like you can like
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is like they don't want to discipline themselves enough, and that's fine. Today, if I run across somebody like that who maybe shares an interest in crypto and wants to figure it out, and they're in a tough situation, but they won't discipline themselves enough to be straight up and honest with themselves to say, hey, Netflix is not a need. You need air, you need water, you need food, okay, but you don't need Netflix. In your 401k or on your television. But seriously, is like anymore, if they start throwing up the blocks or the excuses, I'm like, okay, great. Have a great day. I used to chase them, to just try to help them, and you can't help everybody.
Yeah, I don't chase anymore. Oh, we got something special here in the room.
Who do we got? Oh, Wells. Oh,
what
man.
up, guys? How you guys doing?
What up, my man? We were talking about you.
Dímelo, manín.
How you guys doing, bro? Can't even help that, sir.
I hear you're dropping knowledge on my favorite book to first up.
Oh, Richest Man in Babylon?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that one's the bomb, bro.
Yeah, it is,
I mean,
bro.
it's just what you guys were talking about. Is finding that discipline to be able to just scrape enough, right, to put it down on something, because working is not the solution. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be, and I think people really don't realize that.
No matter how good of a job you
have. Yeah. Because if you're making $600K a year, that means they're making $1 billion or something. Like, they're making a crazy ton of money off of you.
Exactly.
Crazy ton.
That's at the end of this month. I'm done.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta think about where your time is valued. Like, look at how I spend my time, and I got a freaking slave wage job. It's like I don't. All I do is stream and talk crap all day with you guys. But how can I do both? Well, luckily I work from home, and I'm good enough for my crap job that it don't matter. But at the same time, I put in the work to make sure that I ain't staying at this, wage slave job. Right? And that's the thing that people don't want to do. They don't want to put in that work. They don't want to be disciplined. They don't want shit to just fall in their lap. And that's why they fail, honestly.
Yeah. No, that's, people today think that, they look at my circumstances now where I'm at, and they think
you hit the
that,
jackpot, right?
Yeah, I hit the jackpot, right? Yeah. They don't see the 6 to 7 hours that I spent on a daily basis for the past 6 years, just understanding the crypto space to get to where I'm at now. Like, it didn't happen overnight.
100%.
It happened relatively quickly in my estimation, but it certainly wasn't overnight.
Let me just add real quick. When the PulseChain sacrifice was going on, I was still early into Hex. Did not have the available fiat, so I literally went on door dashing for a few weeks just to
Nice.
creep up the couple dollars I could for
There
PulseChain
we
for the
go. There we
sacrifice.
go.
Actually, I remember you posting pics on that. Good shit, man.
Good
Yeah.
shit, bro.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Yep, I sure was. Damn.
Yep.
Good
Cause,
shit,
cause,
bro.
cause, what the fuck else are you supposed to be doing?
And you shouldn't have any shame either. That's
Yeah, no
another thing.
shame.
Yeah.
If you willing to sell drugs, you should be willing to DoorDash.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
What's the difference?
That was such easy side money. I was literally just watching the streams on the side while I was doing it at the same time. It was a win-win. It was an
And you
easy.
outside getting some fresh air.
And
Exactly.
dude, and the beauty about it in the times we live now, like the opportunity to make money now is so huge compared to like
It's dumb.
10 years ago. Even
It's
10 years
dumb
ago.
easy.
It's
Dumb
like
easy.
if you want to make money, you can literally there's like 10 different ways you can walk out of your house right now and make money. You can walk into a dollar store, go buy something for $1, post it on eBay. You know what I mean? You can
Yep.
get in your car, open up DoorDash, open up Drizzly, open up Uber Eats or whatever, and go make some money. You know what I mean? There's like
Right.
all these different services, but immediately you can just leave your house and go make some money. So
I mean, what's interesting is that this opportunity has never really existed before. And what's weird is that you see all these people supposedly not looking for work, but we know people are struggling out here. So what is
Mhm.
exactly going on? This is what's happening. The quote unquote giga economy where people are just opening up their phone and saying, "This is how I'm gonna make money today." Simple as that. So there's ways to get around just having one job. There's ways getting around not having a job. It's just what are you willing to do? Like, I didn't have a job for a long time until I finally got a job. Like a lot of people go through that. That's not uncommon because society is structured to put you in that position. People forget it's about you failing. You're not supposed to succeed. The fact that any of us are where we are is crazy because the system is not designed for that to happen. And I don't think people put enough weight on that. That's just a fact. It's not an opinion. Look around. Look at how people just can't even accept hex exists because they can't fucking read. You know what I mean?
Facts.
It's crazy.
Facts.
Never had a job, gang. Yeah, it's funny. The whole job thing is weird because you see the difference between people. Well, at least where I grow up, you see the difference between people that work and people that don't
Yep.
for a living.
Hell yeah.
And
It's
it's
a
so
stark.
clear.
It's
Yeah.
stark. It's stark, bro. It
So
ain't
clear.
like it's a secret. You know what I'm saying? Like
So
that
clear.
shit is clear as fuck. and this is how people get led astray. Because, the people that are working, they're just working. They're not thinking about busting a move or any of that. They're just honestly working. And they don't realize what they're doing. Nobody really does until they realize what they're doing, right? And that's the best kept secret. This is how people get lulled to sleep. We were all asleep to some degree once, right?
Yep.
Oh man, I love how you put that. I love how you put
I was
'Cause it's
definitely
true.
for a long time.
It's true. Yo, think about it. I remember being a kid, man, and thinking how that whole story just didn't make no sense. How the fuck we supposed to wake up, go to school, then eventually wake up, go to work, and that's it?
Right.
Dude, I realized
Look
that
for
in
the
high school.
weekends.
In high school, I realized that's how they were programming us.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only reason I realized it was because I was lucky enough to like read 2 books before I finished high school. Well, technically, I never finished high school, but that's basically what motivated me to be like, yeah, I'm not spending any
Mhm.
time into this, and I went like 100% into the internet.
Damn,
but
how
it
old are
was
you, bro? The fuck?
I just turned 39 on the 11th.
Whoa,
Oh,
you were ahead of the
yes.
game. Where the hell you from? I ain't had that kind of access to information when I was a kid. The fuck?
So the thing with me is that I've been on the internet since I was 10 years old. So
Damn,
Tell them who
lucky,
showed you the
homie.
internet.
come again?
Tell them who showed you the internet.
My best friend.
Tell
My
me.
best friend who was he's a Indian kid who was in my cousin's math class, advanced math class, And my
That's why.
cousin, check this out. Check this out. My cousin, who's half Dominican, half Mexican,
Mm.
tells me, "Yo, dude, there's this guy in my class who apparently has like porn on a floppy disk." And I was like, "Oh, I gotta meet him."
Mm.
So so I meet him. So I meet him, and he goes,
Qualifier.
"Dude, check this out. This is how I got
The
put onto
big
the internet."
PP play.
Right.
I'll try to make the story as quick as possible. This is how I got put onto the internet. So we go to his house after school. We go to his, we go inside. I meet his mom, whatever. Find out that his father's a pharmacist. So I was okay. So he comes from a little bit of money, whatever. He shows me his computer. He connects to the internet. This is the first time I've seen anything having to do with the internet. So I'm hearing all this noise, crackling, connecting, and then, welcome, you got mail. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I'm like, all right, what's this? And he starts going to the websites and he starts downloading it. He starts saving it for me on a floppy disk. And he's like, here you go. And I was like, bro, but what's this though? Like, what's this thing you just connected to? How you got that? I want to know about this. And he was like, oh, this is AOL. It costs like X amount of dollars per month. And this is like, I'm like literally like 10 years old, and I'm like, bro, I ain't got no money to pay for this shit. My parents are not gonna pay for this. He was like, oh, here's a floppy disk. You're gonna get 10 hours free. And just keep on getting these disks and you'll be able to get on the internet for free. So I just kept on reusing the floppy disk to get on AOL for free. So long story short, fast forward through through that first interaction, I learned how to code, I learned how to design, ended up running like a 16,000 person newsletter, got put onto MP3s before MP3s weren't even a thing, started streaming, doing all kinds of crazy stuff on the internet, and that's how I got my career. I got recruited, and at 16 basically they was like, yeah, we want to give you a job. And I've been I've been in the industry ever since. That's so my career, my professional career started like at the age of 16.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. You see, motherfucker didn't even go to school. This goes to show everybody limits themselves to
the whole story.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was lucky. I like. There's a whole group of us.
Was it luck? Was it luck? Was it luck?
I wouldn't say it was luck. I wouldn't say it was luck. It was time. I definitely put in the work. Sleepless nights. But it was also timing. It was also timing.
Well, brother, here's the thing: when you're putting in the work, the timing is gonna come.
No, of course. But this is what I mean about timing, and how I relate it back to PulseChain. What I experienced during Web 1, the internet was brand new, right? It was like whoever was there in the beginning, it was the only people who were being offering jobs, because it was like, yeah, you were the only. Right? I kind of feel similar to what's happening with PulseChain now. It's like there's this new thing about to launch, and because I've been involved in this community for the past 4 months, it's like, I'm in the beginning of the pack. I get to benefit and receive those dividends for decades to come, the same way I did in my career when I got into Web 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you put in the work.
Right.
It's preparation. It's preparation waiting for that opportunity, and that opportunity will come. If people aren't preparing themselves,
right,
that opportunity will go right by them.
Let me tell you guys something, man. Let me tell you guys a story. That I probably told y'all before, but it's just so real. My finding Hex, man, is probably one of the most surreal moments in my life, for the simple reason that this is one of those things that you dream about. If you come from where I come from, where there's no such thing as this, and this would solve all kinds of problems because it's sound money. Like, I'm writing a whole thing on why cryptocurrency is better than gold, and it's being proven every day. Every single day is proven, and it's not a lie. We see it in the charts. So it's not like we're making anything up. Like, I'm sorry. I was just thinking. It's just decentralized to the point that there is nothing anybody can do about it. Period. We live at a point in time where so many things are exposed that if you don't know what's going on with the money, which is, I think, the easiest one to figure out, you are going to fail. Guaranteed. Because what you're doing is you're letting yourself continue to be the Walking Dead. Like, I remember when The Walking Dead came out. Well, not really when it came out, but years after it came out that I started watching it. And I would think to myself, I would wonder if something like that could happen. Right? But the reality is that we was already living in it. Uh-oh.
There he is.
Dun, dun, dun. What up, homie?
GRC.
Yo,
What up?
what's
This is
good?
the chat.
Even got that flexing.
Hey guys, check what I got.
Do I gotta do
Ah,
like
man.
man?
That's
I
a
got
nice
some, I
shirt.
got some
Nice.
stuff.
Where'd you get
I
the
saw you
shirt?
put
Fine.
one
I got
on
three.
TV, you got a whole
I got
bunch of
3 of
deals.
these shirts.
Amazon. Yeah.
You said Amazon.
I got 3
No,
of
I,
these
I
shirts,
have the same one for the gym. I just got it last week
Ah.
before.
and I got some of these. Thanks to
There you
Motley.
go.
Motley sent me these because
Okay.
he knows I only buy Hex, not clothes.
Right,
Oh, there you go.
right.
So
Naturally.
he's doing charity work.
Question: Are those like running shirts or just regular t-shirts?
So they're clothy. They're not like Under Armour, but they fall on your shoulders.
Gotcha.
So they will get wet, but they totally fall on your shoulders.
I got you. Yeah, I'm just looking for some running clothing to do.
No,
with.
because yeah, that's hexmerch.com.
Oh, of course.
Hexmerch.com
Everybody knows
for
Hex
for
merch.
this stuff. How's everybody doing today?
Outstanding, man.
Awesome, bro.
Outstanding.
Back in Montana now.
What up, Rome? Dan,
What's up,
thank
man?
you for all the memes, brother.
My pleasure, man. Thanks for going hard for the
The
community.
memes
Man.
are my favorite part. Like when I see a meme go up mid-show, I'm like, this is great. Like,
Bro,
I'm so
I love when he's in the chat, just like talking his shit, and like he's generating them as he's talking it. Like the whole like Do Kwan's parents is like were like rug makers back in the day.
That was funny. This is like
He's literally mentioned it in the chat, and then like a day later he has a meme about it.
Oh man, this is so crazy, man.
It's
So
just,
check
I
this
don't know
out.
what else to do, so I just meme, you know.
Memes are like hieroglyphs. You know what I'm saying? They're like hieroglyphs. They're gonna tell a story in the future.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just like that Luna that I posted this Luna meme, and it was like Luna buyers, and the dude was like strutting through the street, and then there was a homeless dude on the street, and he's like didn't buy Luna, but it was like a legit one. Like this is what they were like posting back in the day,
Right.
and it was like the price prediction for 2025 was like $120, and they were like, if you didn't buy Luna, you're wrecked.
It's funny how like
And
that
zero.
The Trayvon clip is like now a thing now. Like they're using it for like all types of crypto now to be like,
Yeah.
well, technically you didn't lose.
Well, you kind of did. Oh man.
Like that dude is gonna be in meme history for like forever. It's
Yeah,
like,
off of that one.
yeah, off of that, yeah.
In
Off
that,
of that one.
I mentioned the revival plan because it's so funny, comical. I mean, it's not even comical, it's stupid. It's just it's so funny because it's like this is not a Luna revival plan. This is your reputation revival plan, buddy.
Yo,
And
the fact
you
that they
want
think
everyone
they
to
could do
join.
that. So let me tell you guys. Hold on. All right. So let me rewind. So because you guys got to understand that you guys are some of the luckiest fuckers on the planet. Lucky in the sense that you found an asset that works as intended. You found something that works as intended, and you guys don't know how impossible that is to find in this realm. And by realm I mean finance, because what happens is you find crap like Luna. Like look at what happened with Netflix and all these tech stocks over the past few months. People were buying them at the highs.
Yeah.
Buying them at the highs, and they ate 70% dip. Boom.
Toma.
In legacy. That's not even
legacy.
That's
Yeah,
just like
they're getting crypto wrecked in legacy.
Yeah, and they don't get crypto gains. And they don't get crypto gains. That's important to understand. They don't get crypto
XRP gains.
If that.
XRP 3 cents up in 5 years' time.
If that. I'm telling you.
Jim Rat went into fucking show mode.
If that, because you have to remember what you're looking at on a chart, right? It'll look like it's up and to the right, but when you normalize it for the depreciation in the value of the dollar, is it really up and to the right? No.
Such a good point.
It's down and to the right. Yeah.
It's
And that's
down.
it's down, and that's the best kept secret. Nobody knows this because they're not paying attention to that paper money, because they just place this imaginary value on it. And we all do it to a certain extent. I mean, so many people in the crypto still talk about things in dollar terms, and you're not listening. You know, you're not listening. Like, yeah, I get it. This is how we measure value. I get it. This is our accounting unit of value. I get it. But we are not ever going to free ourselves if we don't realize what's going on and remove ourselves from that equation, because it's on us, literally. Think about it. We put this value on hex because we understand it. When I found hex, it was like it was like it was like I found heaven, because this is what everybody's looking for. Now, I don't know if you guys watched Hex Agents this morning, but a middle class working man told us a story, and it went a little something like this. Some tarot card reading chick that actually works in banking, and this happened all remotely, by the way, via Zoom, not in person, hit a bunch of nails on the head. This chick hit a bunch of nails on the head and ended up discovering that these people were retired off of Hex, and she works in finance. So she's like, how the hell did you guys accomplish this? Because they were checking her. You see? They were checking her to see if she was the real deal. And it ended up all being above board and confirmable, to the point that not only did they confirm whatever they wanted to confirm, but they onboarded this chick. Boom. Because she understands nothing like this exists. What do you think is going to happen when the rest of the financial world realizes their game is over? Yo, Wall Street is done. I'm not
Real
trying
quick,
to onboard Wall Street. Fuck Wall Street. They don't fucking matter.
what was
That's
her
why.
response to the yield of
Huh?
X?
What?
What was her response to the yield?
Bro, think about it. What do you see out in the streets? Less than 5%. You really see less than 3. But you're paying more than 5 everywhere on everything. Where
Yes.
are you winning at there? You're not winning.
As a onboarding tool, I use I have a wallet with like about under $500, right? That I use specifically for onboarding, and I just show them the yield that is gained, and just when they see that little bit of amount, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's way more than what I get in my bank account." And it's like, "Yeah, how much you have in your bank account right now, though?" It's like, look at this amount and look how much more gained versus yours.
Right.
And with that alone, it's like, okay, I get it now.
And I think what's even harder for people to wrap their head around when it comes to Hex is that you get your yield in crypto, right? So they can't really do the math in dollars.
Right.
Because for people, that's too much work.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is that they get left behind. Like, a lot of people are going to get left behind. A lot of corporate America, a lot of everybody's going to get left behind. And that's exactly what needs to happen. Because how are we going to change anything if it's the same fuckfaces doing the same crap that they're doing now in the future? Nothing's going to change. So we can't afford that. And we're not going to have that. But here's the thing. If we are too busy paying attention to the nonsense and not what we're supposed to be paying attention to, guess what? We get blindsided. And that's why people have to realize that this isn't just a game. Like, it might be just a game to some of y'all, but not to all of us. To me, this is real life, because I understand the risks. I understand the stakes, and the stakes are high. The title of that movie is not a joke. They really are fucking high. Because if we don't do what we're supposed to do with this information, with this software, with this tool, we're not gonna achieve what we're supposed to achieve. I'm some dude from the Bronx, bro. I ain't nobody. This is obvious.
And what always hits me when you say that, Wells, is when I think of all those Bitcoin maxis from like 2013, 2016, who I will see who's going to say, oh, we're going to change the world by doing this. We're going to make things better for everybody. Nobody wound up doing shit. A lot of them wound up being broke, or
That's
they
right.
just went up to the background and did what they did for their own bags.
Now,
And
what's the difference?
we're actually out here, out on these streets, touching people, trying to get our foot into the laws of everything, into the regular financial world, so we can make this an actual thing and not just a crypto thing.
An us thing, right? Because that ain't like, and that's been my whole thing since I got here. Like, why are you guys spending your time talking to these clowns in the promise coin space that don't even realize that they don't own any cryptocurrency? Like, you're not gonna help somebody out when they don't even realize they gotta learn something, right? And that's a lot of people, and it's not even their fault. And that's the messed up part. Because again, they're being fed all of this misinformation from step one. So they think it's bare minimum basic information. What the
Yeah.
hell do they know?
They think they're legit with their Robinhood and their Coinbase's accounts, and it's like when I onboard people and I gotta tell them, no, you gotta get it off. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, you gotta get it off of there. And you need to
Yeah.
take responsibility for your own security and you know everything that comes with it. Like this is what we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, but think about it. Why does that happen? Why do people get lulled to thinking that that makes sense, that that's what's normal? Because
Because
that's what.
Big Boy and the Carl Moon boys told me it's all safe over there.
Yes, that's part of it for sure. Another part is that that's exactly what happens on Wall Street. You don't take custody of your anything. A broker holds it, and there's insurance against it. Only 550,000, but it's better than zero because that's what we got over here. So
And it's not enough information out there to let you know to get your coins off of exchanges.
no, they don't want you to know that. It got to come from people like us. That's why when I stream, I literally keep that banner at the bottom, and I pray that people see it because I can tell them all day. But if they don't sit there and read that and process that information, it doesn't matter what I say.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I've been saying a whole lot of shit for a whole year and a half, and not many people are listening. So it is what it is.
I had one onboarder flat out tell me after that I explained everything to them and they told me they understand. Okay, but I just want to move half and keep half just in case. And it's like, dude, did you not just understand what I just explained to you? You shouldn't want to keep anything in your centralized exchange.
Yeah.
I have a coworker. I've been trying to get his Ethereum off the Coinbase exchange for like the past 5 months. He just did it a couple days ago, only because of the Luna crash, and they halted his trading.
Finally figured it out.
Yeah, they gotta get wrecked first, you know.
Oh yeah,
Finally figured it out.
Oh, I found it out trying to get out of Coinbase when there was too much traffic. That's when I first found out. There was too much traffic; it would just not load.
Look at the shit that happened with me. Like
it just wouldn't load, and I just was like
2 or 3 times a year.
DMing Twitter, and I was like, "Guys, no, seriously, Coinbase won't work." And they were like, "Yeah, no, seriously, it doesn't."
Dude, look what happened with me. I wired money into Coinbase.
Oh yeah.
I wired money into Coinbase. They gave me some issues. Got through those issues. Wire goes through. Great. I see my available balance. What's the first thing you do? Get that shit out of there as quick as possible, right?
100%.
So I'm going to move the money out, and they capped me at 50%. So not only did they take my money, they capped me at 50%. I had to wait like 4 days.
Oh, what the
Capped you on a wired.
Yo, I've never had any of these problems on Coinbase, bro. It's fucking. I don't use Coinbase like that, but it's crazy because you hear these stories all the time. Every time I use Coinbase, I'm pretty lucky. Like nothing crazy ever really happens to me.
If you go under your limit, but if you forget your limit, let's say, because I've gotten loose with my fingers a couple times, and I just put in like $500 more than my limit or something, and then you're like 2 weeks that you ain't moving that.
Oh wow!
Because it's just the limit.
I don't
if
fuck
you
with
stay
the
under
limits.
that limit, they just let it go. But
Yeah, I always stay
under
under it.
that limit. They lock that in.
That's funny.
Yeah, human hex trafficker says, "Yup, it happens to new accounts." True story. The guy that I helped onboard, and I told him, I said, "Listen, you're going to do it. You got to go through the coin. You got to do the KYC."
Yeah,
said, I'm not, you know, because I'm not doing it for you. I mean, you got to take ownership of your own crypto.
Yeah.
And so he wired in 15,000, and then I was helping him to, you know, get a little Ethereum for, you know, a couple $100 in Ethereum for gas, and then the rest in USDC because it's cheaper to send USDC to your MetaMask than it is to send the Ethereum. And and they locked up his account, you know, and just like instantaneously, the minute I like went in there and like transferred it, you know, but he had wired it in, and he had to wait, and he was heading to Hawaii. So I said, "We'll do it, you know, back when you come back from Hawaii." They locked him up for like over 7 days.
But
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm lucky I opened an account with Coinbase back in the day.
I know. Well, you know, I'm 2016.
I did it haphazardly in like 2012 or some craziness like that. Like I still got the email. Like it's crazy.
I never had this issue.
Yeah, I've never had this kind of issue.
if there's one thing I'd like to see happen is something to the effect of the wallet that RH puts together to where it's linked to some on and off ramp. I'd to see another on and off ramp. I mean, because I know of two of them. One being the priority Coinbase. I think two is people use is a KuCoin or something like that.
Yes, sir. KuCoin.
Yeah, and then there's
yeah, there's a bunch of them people use. There's obscure ones that people find that they like and use as well, but generally, depending on your level of understanding and caring, it's more of a care thing, right? Because the people that don't care about 1%, but the people that do care always care about that 1%.
Yeah.
Of money. Like if you do 1,000 transactions, you're going to be concerned about that 1%.
Absolutely.
But if you do 3, you're just going to be like, I like crypto. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? So the guys that I know that pay attention to this stuff, they pay attention really hard about the way they take money in and out, including MAXI XYZ almost every time. As far as I've noticed, like that's what they mentioned to me, at least. Like that's how they like to deploy it.
Yeah. Well, it's just like whether you're going into Coinbase and somebody goes in and they want to buy a large amount and they buy like $10,000 worth of Ethereum, they're getting wicked killed just buying it, and then when they go to send it, they're getting stuck again. Whereas if you just go in and you buy USDC, hey, zero fees. Guess what?
I had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
But thanks to his community, I remember I mentioned it one day. I was like, I went in and I bought ETH, and they was like, stop, why are you buying ETH? And I was like, that's how I'm supposed to do. They're like, no. Stop buying ETH, bro. Only buy a little bit of ETH. Whatever you want to buy, just buy USDC. And I was like, all right, great.
I do remember that. I remember when you tweeted and everybody jumped in and helped you out on that.
Yeah. Pro tip for new users. A little bit of ETH for gas because you need to transact, get it in USDC, 0 fees on Coinbase, buying it. And then when you want to send it, it's a heck of a lot cheaper to send USDC to your MetaMask than it is to send Ethereum.
That's what pissed me off about this whole thing, because I got my money in, purchased, a bunch of USDC, and I'm like, all right, let me go transfer it to my wallet. And they're like, nope.
Yeah.
What do you mean, no?
I mean, one wrong button on that thing. It sucks. It is true. It's like if you don't know one thing beforehand and you press the button, it always locks in on Coinbase. But again, moving a lot of money on Coinbase, if you haven't done it a lot, also probably better to stay under the $1,000 just while you're getting started, in my opinion. I think that's plenty in the stand right now. If that's because as far as the new users, that's the limit. That's why I say that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they ramp you up over time. I mean, it's been since 2016 I've been with them. And if people are smart, you can actually go and request your withdrawal limits and stuff, like your daily withdrawal limits, to be raised, which may be something beneficial for individuals in the future, and do it now rather than wait 2 years from now and then having to think about it or deal with that problem. Just an idea.
Did you guys hear that little dip catcher slipped out that there might be a little MAXI?
Oh yeah.
He said about 5 seconds of that, and I had that record button locked in, sent out. Boom. he was like, I might do an airdrop, he was like, if you have diamond hands, he was doing a cute little serious nothing, and I just clipped it, just immediately sent it online. I'm like, airdrop, diamond hands.
Let's talk about that for a second.
Let's talk about that.
Look how amazing this is. The amount of free airdrops we're gonna get. Aside from PulseChain, you know what I mean? It's just just because we participate in MAXI, it's we're gonna give you something. You know what I mean? It's amazing what's happening. We'll probably get rich just off of airdrops.
Well, that's what I tell people. That's why I tell people. I say, why they say, oh, you can't quit your job, you can't do this, Scott, you can't do that, and I'm like, really? Because if I was still working, I'd have missed the last 10 things that made me $1,000 for free.
Right, there you go.
I wouldn't have paid attention because the way I was working, it was just literally physical work, so I wasn't looking at my phone. I could listen, but you can't. How much when it comes to intimate concepts like that, I would have been lost on that. I would have stuck with the hex in that. But now I get to jump in. I understand I could be incentivized for keeping my MAXI. I understand I could be incentivized for staking my Hedron, and I got both of these things basically for free. Obviously, the MAXI was a 1-for-1, but the Hedron so far have been 100% for free.
Tic-tac-toe crypto says, what the fuck? Sakes, I've been buying ETH the whole time. Well, there you go. We just saved you a bunch of money by watching the worst crypto show on YouTube.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah, and hey, Bally, if you're still in the chats, we talk about this MAXI airdrop. It's kind of what we're talking about this weekend, right?
Well, look,
Real
man,
quick, how do y'all feel about matcha?
as far as what? I use them for limit orders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I use them.
Okay. I
Yeah.
like just
Don't
using it like
close
less than a month ago, and I
The
really like
browser.
it.
Don't close the browser. If you set the gas fee on Matcha XYZ and you close the browser, it'll make you reset the gas fee to do the bid.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Good call.
Guys,
I
I
know
always
that.
keep it
your
open.
boy GRC. Let's get it.
I always keep it open. Actually, I never even thought of that.
Well, I did the first time. I was like, guys, I did my first limit order, and I was really paying attention, right? And I closed the browser immediately. And then I went
I
on
was
to the
really
gym
paying
and stuff.
attention.
I went to the gym and stuff, and I'm like, dude, the price just tanked. Like, this is gonna be sick. And like, just a little something just to figure
Right.
it out. And I was like, and then I read like, if you close the browser, it goes away. And I was like, cool.
Fuck.
So I never did that again. I mean, I never did the browser again. But did you guys hear about anything with the Hedron staking function? I can't remember. Do you guys like Hedron? I know.
Yeah, I like it.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Oh my god, I'm falling more in love with it every day that goes by.
Dude, I've
I
been
love
telling you,
it.
you know what's the funny thing? Like, I've been working with them for like a few months now, right? And I'm super bullish on Hedron. And both of them, like, man, fuck Hedron. And it's like, yo, dude, you don't understand Hedron, bro.
Well, it's too confusing for a gym rat in the beginning, but now the gym rat's catching up. And I'm understanding that if these two things trade within each other, like, and all this shit goes to the moon, like, they're just going to be tied to each other to an extent anyway because they're derivative plays. So it's just a good
There's
a good
more to that
speculative
derivative.
plays, man. This is the first time in my life I even ever heard of that shit. No, I
The
swear to
last
God.
10 years
I
just
swear
being.
to God,
I spent the
I'm not
last
even
decade
fucking with you.
learning this shit, bro. So I ain't telling y'all a whole lot.
No, I know you're not giving it, but I know what you're laying down.
No, but isn't it crazy though? Like, I didn't even know these
no swing
words.
trading.
I didn't even know that word, like,
Right.
derivative.
Yeah. It's not common. Why
2
would you?
months ago, it's like, and now it just seems like, oh, it's classic. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Look, I'm doing some deep dive research on Hedron. And I think I got something figured out. So
Oh
once
no!
I can confirm it, I'll let y'all know. But
Is it something you're gonna do a show on? You think?
All right, looks like I'm doing DoorDash this weekend.
yeah,
my
you
God.
might want to get on that actually. Yeah. Yes,
Some time
sir.
to
I wanna
hustle
get
up
on
them
that.
tips.
Yep, because that
Yeah.
DoorDash could retire you.
That's what I'm saying, guys.
For real.
Remember, these assets, they can move together. Very important to understand because we know where Hex is going. Period.
So let me ask you, what happens if Hedron has to move and nothing else actually has to? Because you got to realize they've been selling the hell out of Hedron for a long time, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Some
If
I'll
anyone
be-
got it, y'all should try to look up the Hedron stake buy. They got their own thing where they show people be selling it and buying it. People really be selling the shit out of it.
yeah,
Go
they
ahead.
sell the shit out of it. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
But that's
Not
important to
in-
realize because that means that there's going to come a point in time where they're not going to be able to sell that much anymore.
Yeah. And not anymore. I mean, I did the potato head hexologist trade early on, and everybody ripped at me, and I'm just like, but I'm a buyer, not a seller now. So things have changed, and we were talking with RH Maximalist on GRC's channel just this weekend, and I even said in there, I mean, you can go back and look at it.
Beast.
It's time to circle back and do your homework, folks.
That's
I
right.
mean,
That's right. Always do your homework.
And what do
Always
we
do your
know?
homework.
People don't do their homework.
They
That's what we
don't.
know
well,
now.
they're lost.
That's why we're just going to be here helping the people that do, and we're going to just capitalize.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's funny
capitalize.
because I give away a lot of alpha, right? And even though it's almost impossible for me to not do it, but there's a lot I don't share because I know people don't want to learn. They just want the freemium.
Right.
They just want the freebies, and I'm not giving out nobody no fucking freebies no more. Hex was your only freebie, only one.
It's kind of like fitness in that way too. It's like I'll answer a stupid question for someone, but I know you don't want to get. I look at some people and I'm like, you don't want to get into the weeds, dude. Just stick to the basics, please, because it's like it's a whole nother game, right, Wales? When you go down the next rabbit hole,
That's right.
which is like in fitness steroid abuse, right? Like it goes from everyone's having a good time to holy, this really changed quick, right? It's a different game, and different players are in that game. 100% different. They're not the same people. These are these people, though, like they're just information's completely different. So I can assume in the financial world, there's a little like there's stuff I can't even conceptualize because I wouldn't know.
Look, bro, just like in crypto, there's us and then there's them. Finance is the same deal. It's us and then there's them. And the funny thing is that there's this fake veil over the us part, because a lot of the people that make the money on the street is just because they're close to the money. It's not because they're any good at anything that they're doing. It's just because they get the information handed to them because they're connected. Like that's the real world that actually exists out here, and people do not respect that. Like they want to replicate that shit, and it's just not happening here. Period. We need change, man. And it's gonna happen because we fucking want it to happen, not because some motherfucker said so. So, we gotta keep understanding that, hearing that, having this conversation, dot 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 dot, and just ensure that people are realizing that that's a serious thing. That's not a game. It's not a joke. It's what's gonna happen because we got no other choice. We really don't. We don't. I mean, look at what they're doing to people worldwide. They're not doing it in the U.S. because they know they cannot afford to physically do it. There's too many of us with guns. That's why they're having all these false flags now, where they're trying to get guns out of people's hands.
It's a good point. I never thought, I thought about the whole picture, but I never thought about it as directly.
Think about it like this. Think back. How old are you? 28, right? Okay, so think back to at least when you were 10. Okay, that was 18 years ago. That means 2004. Bush was in office. Okay, think about any mass shootings from that point moving forward. What you're gonna realize is that they were happening during Bush's term, but they skyrocketed during Obama's term. Skyrocketed. You can look up the data. Now, why did that happen? And then all of a sudden, Trump came in and it stopped. And then all of a sudden, they started up again. As soon as Mr. Joe Schmo got crowned.
Sleepy Joe. Why though? Just so I know.
Just so people,
I'm not
so
super.
They can take your guns. Just so they can take your guns. It's all about obliterating the basic law of the land. Now,
is that just their power play? Is that just their play? Like, it's not even like a secret. Like, they're just like, hey, we need power. That's how we're gonna.
Think about everything they've done, Jim. Right? Everything they've done has been illegal and unlawful, and they get away with it because of how the legal system works.
It's very, very illegal.
Yeah, and they get away with it because how the system works. Only this year in 2022 is 90% of the things they've been doing being struck down in court. Only now in 2022, and this is going back to 2020. And it's not like what they're doing wasn't like, I've been saying this since I started streaming. It's not like this shit's a secret. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out. It's how people want to accept it and see it or no.
It's almost like math. It's just like it is what it is.
And some people don't want to see it, right? So that means those of us that do see it, we got to step up to the plate. We got no choice because there are no adults in the room. Unfortunately, we're the adults, as crazy as that sounds. And trust me, that's the last thing I ever wanted to do. I got better shit to do, like nothing. You know what I mean? I want to be a nothing, nobody, do good, nothing like everybody else. I just want to do nothing, be left alone. But that's not the card we've been dealt, unfortunately. So
we need you, Wales. Don't do that.
Well, no, we need everybody.
Yeah.
I can't do nothing by myself. Who cares what I think or say? If it didn't resonate with any of you guys, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just telling you what you're thinking. That's all.
Yeah, and the other thing is, don't rely on the people out here streaming to be doing the stuff. Anybody listening, you need to be doing the stuff. I mean,
that's right.
Bottom line,
100%.
Whichever way that is, just do it.
Yeah.
Someone said, just waiting for a super proof of what the heck, benevolent. What is
benevolence? Benevolence.
Does that mean if something's good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Like a good actor. A good actor.
Yeah.
Just waiting for a super proof of benevolence function. I think he spelled it wrong. To be fair, benevolence function to be ran on Hedron. So are you? I don't
think
understand
they've
what that
already
means.
ran that. No.
What does proof of good mean?
I mean, for me, from my perspective, the fact that the liquidity has held up, and again, so many people has been selling, and it hasn't fallen off that much.
No, it's
That's
holding
been
pretty well.
that's been a very bullish sign for
Good
me.
call. Yeah, good
So-
call.
Hey, great call.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't think any really highlight because it's clear the sell pressure has to be there because you know the people and how they're getting it. So I think that's a good point that the fact that my airdrop is even similar to what it was is pretty bullish.
And
Right. Go ahead.
No, you good, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hooked on phonics.
I would say yeah.
Oh.
I would say yeah. The prices.
Talk about your
Stupid,
reading
man.
comprehension. Shut the fuck up.
Not being stupid.
It's phonics.
Yeah, I forgot about that thing. Y'all remember that hooked on phonics, man? I forgot about that.
I remember that
Phonics.
shit.
Two
Go,
words
man.
I haven't heard
In a long time. I mean, you were a little kid when that thing was playing on TV, bro.
Gym rat tonics.
All right.
That was a good one.
Phonics, man. Damn.
Pro tip: go ahead and Google "hooked on phonics." Don't Google pegging.
I'm not even gonna do that to myself.
Don't.
Yo, but look,
I can't help it.
check this out. Check this out. Everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants to be rich. But how many people really want to put in the work to make that happen?
Right.
That's what you guys got to think about. You know, I spent a long time trying to trade my way to being rich, not learn the game of money. Right. And this is something that it's kind of hard for people to understand because the whole thing is that they put this fake narrative in your head where you doing this stuff that they put on the TV is how you get rich. That's the narrative. Whatever it is, right? Don't matter. Whatever that thing is. Could be trading, it could be running, it could be riding a horse, it could be driving an F1 car, whatever. Point is, you're gonna be rich doing that, and you can do it. It's easy to do. You're capable of doing it, and you ain't in no way, shape, or form capable in the position or nothing to even approach the subject. And then what happens is that you try, you fail, and think you can never achieve instantly, just like that, because you tried one time and failed one time. Now, let me ask you guys, don't you think when you say that's happened to you at least once or twice or maybe a bunch of times?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
At least 5 different times off my head.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I've been wrecked real good, probably like 7-8 times.
But why does it happen? This is what I want people to think about. It
Happened to me
happens
3 times.
because you think you're not supposed to get wrecked.
Yeah.
They have you thinking it's not normal.
Yeah.
But how do you learn?
That's true too.
Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely right.
Because there's no book for this. There's no instruction manual. I mean, if you think about markets, they're not for humans to operate in. Like you have to be like a robot, kind of like me, like just some weirdo, because it's not natural. It's not natural to buy something that's falling 100 miles an hour. It's not. That's not what people mostly do. It's not what the average person does. Oh, this thing. Oh, I see this book falling from the 6th floor. Let me catch it. Nobody does that. That's not normal. So why would you do that trading? Right? And that's the smart thing to do. Just like you sell that rip that's going from 0 ground level all the way to the top of the building, right? Like you sell that because you know that thing is going to come back down and you're never going to see those prices again. Right? But you got to put in work to understand that. It's not going to come from some YouTube. And people don't want to accept that. That's a problem. I could tell you anything to Kingdom Come, but if you don't understand everything like I do, then it doesn't matter because you're not going to be able to hold that bag forever like me or however long I hold it, or whatever the case is. right? Because people look to these streamers to tell them what to do, and they shouldn't be doing that. They should be confirming the information that they're receiving from
Yeah.
these streamers. That's what they should be doing.
And right when you find an inconsistency, the second you find an
Call
inconsistency,
it out.
just call it
Yeah.
out. It's okay. Some people like, so there's sometimes it doesn't, it's not the end of the world too. If you find an
Mm-mm.
inconsistency, you don't have to be like, oh God, this is not the way that I programmed it in my brain, so I'm gonna hate my life. No, just think about it. Think about the person, the time they're putting in. There's many different factors. Don't be so emotional about everything that you're doing. Call people out like a man, and so they can say nothing back to you. Because when I call someone out, there's generally nothing they can say back because it's just a one-sided argument. I've just been telling the truth, and I'm just calling someone out for some stupid video they made. It's like, what are they going to say back? If you're just honest all the time, it's like the power play of a lifetime.
They can't say anything.
Yeah. It's like people are looking for something. They're like, Jim Rat, you broke. I'm like, already told you. But damn it. They're like,
You breathed. Stop
Yeah, they're like,
breathing.
you're on steroids. I'm like, yeah, I told you already, bitch. And they're just like, why won't you die?
You pet.
I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, I've been doing this shit. This is my shit. It's not your shit. I'm just on the computer. I'm just going to be honest about it because, and just like on my Instagram, I'm going to start doing fitness stuff because just like in crypto, the fitness industry is absolutely 100% full of stuff that if you marketed it the way the way that was accurate, it would be very negative press. It would not be good press to tell everyone you're probably not going to have a six-pack.
Just like finance.
Ever. Like,
Just
you're
like
not going to have a
finance.
six-pack. Sorry.
Just-
I'm not saying you
just-
couldn't have abs.
I used to be a fucking car mechanic. Everybody hates car mechanics. Why? Because they're known for lying.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm.
Oh, I'm the guy they lie to. I don't even.
Yep. That's right.
Yes, yeah.
Mhm.
You're right.
It happens,
And-
bro. But this is how we learn.
Insurance, though, I know the insurance industry, and every industry is the same way. No customer service, biggest scumlords in history, stealing money from everyone in the United States.
100%.
Period.
How do they do it? Do you know how?
They make you pay for something and they don't provide you any service, and they actually make it hard for you to use the service to the point where most people probably just give up.
I'm about to blow your mind. Check this out, because it's more devious than that. What happens if you're driving a car, you get pulled over, cop asks you for what? Driver license, insurance, and registration.
Registration.
Now, what happens? Number one, you cannot drive without insurance. Number two, you cannot even have a car without registration. But however, before even any of that, you buy a car, what you got to do? You got to put insurance on it. They don't even let you drive it off the fucking lot without insurance on it. Now,
It's a damn law.
It's a damn law. Thank you, Tap. I was just going there. That's how they get you.
One of
Now-
the biggest scams of adulthood. Sorry.
No, collusion between government and industry right there in your face.
Yeah.
And nobody pays attention to that shit. I don't know why. I don't know how, but it's a problem. Because why does government have to mandate such financial expenditure on people? Yeah, there's risk, but you know what? If somebody wants to take that risk on and deal with the legal consequences of them not being insured, that's their prerogative. Simply put. So those are the kinds of things, you got to think about. There's so much misinformation out there.
It's all misinformation.
All misinformation. And this is what people don't want to understand. This is why I don't care about people's opinions. Like, yo, I never give you mine. I'm giving you information. Go confirm it, verify it, and have a nice day. That's it. Like,
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we're just talking numbers.
we're just talking numbers, man. That's right. Even if we're using words.
The more I learn about crypto, the more it's just money number transfer.
It's just
like, you
numbers,
just
bro.
Learn. It's crazy when you dig, like, because it's just these large concepts. I remember seeing Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin on my phone for the first time when I was scrolling through Coinbase or whatever it was at the time, and thinking, like, what are these concepts? Like, I wonder what these concepts are. As a young man, like, like I was probably 19, 20 at the time, and I was just thinking, like, what are these concepts? Like, I wonder what they are. I remember thinking Ethereum was some sort of metal. Like, like I had no clue, not even a little, and now I'm realizing it's just like, oh my God, like it's all the same. Everything's exactly the same. It's just you find a new player and you find a new marketing strategy and you find a new team and you find a new product. And it's just like whichever works best. But then again, we can get into legislation, and that's when Wales and you guys are going to have to come in, because what can legislation do? I asked the question so many times because I have no clue. What can they do, and how do we protect ourselves the best way possible?
Yeah, but this is one of the reasons we started MCA, because it kind of gives us a unified front to set precedent, right? Because what's happening is we're saying, all right, well, we got these 100, 200, 300, however many hexagons are on the roster that have this specific situation, which we're all crypto wealthy, right? And how does this look like? How does this look like? How do we put this on paper? And these are the decisions we have to make, because we see what's in law, what's written. This is what matters, not what they say. What they say is irrelevant, and this is what people do not understand. They see a headline and think that that's a law for some fucking reason.
Yep.
And that's not how it works. Like, I don't give a fuck what somebody says. It literally is irrelevant. If that shit is not on paper, in black and white, kiss my ass. That's how the system works. So if you're out here giving up your money because you're doing a crypto to crypto swap, you're a dumbass. You need to learn how to read, my man. A fucking headline and some article. I can't hear you, GRC, because you're on mute.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. All these experts were telling me about crypto loans, and all I did was post this question because I was digging into this subject for like 3 days straight. I was like, if you use a crypto loan on Aave and you put it in your bank account, is there a taxable event involved? And then, of course, there was 150 answers, and like none of them were right, and they were all experts. Until I started reading. And then I started realizing crypto to crypto transfer. And it's just as simple as that, right? And then I also wanted to ask if any of you guys know, like the interaction with the bank. Like if I take out $1 million hedge on, $1 million loan, collateralized loan on Aave and put it in direct in my bank account, I have a feeling my bank account's going to be like, what's going on here, sir?
Well, your bank is going to definitely be like, where the fuck all this money come from?
Yeah, because they're going to be like, GRC, you've been making $1,700 a month.
It could definitely, depending on the algorithm type that your bank uses, and by algorithm I mean just series of checklists, right? Just a checklist of items that they have computer code go through to look at your account activity. I mean, I think if you've never had $500,000, I would assume $1 million hit is going to fucking raise some red flags, but maybe it doesn't. Like you don't actually know until you do it.
Now that you mention that, I wonder if my wife would be willing to come on one day. Clearly, like not under, because she does global compliance AML.
Yeah, but what the thing about that is that they got to do what they're told, bro.
No. But what I'm saying is she can talk about some of the red flags.
I can talk about that too. I mean, that's the shit I do at work. KYC AML. That's basically what I do.
Okay, so you're in the same. You're in the same shit.
I do, but the issue with me is that I'm different because I do international stuff, so I gotta know all these laws.
Yeah, like her. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she does that too. Okay,
she's a lawyer, and then like she's like.
No, I'm not a lawyer. I just gotta know her shit.
Yeah. Executive
she's
director.
Actually official. Yeah, I'm just a poser.
Bro.
I'm just a poser, bro.
I wouldn't downplay that way, bro. I wouldn't downplay that.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm just not a lawyer.
The good thing is that you don't got to be a lawyer to understand.
Yeah, you don't got to be a lawyer. Nah, you don't.
The beauty about it.
Yeah, that is the beauty. That's the best kept secret about the law. They don't want you to think you're capable of learning.
Yeah, like a lot of people think you need to go to law school to get a law to get your bar, your bar, and it's like, no, just take this fucking test, and that's it.
Yep. So how do red flags happen? Well, typically, it happens because something is wrong with the account, and it's picked up, and what ends up happening is you can't use the funds in those accounts. Now, not the way you want to use them. Typically, the only thing you can do is that you can sell out. Now, this is in the centralized fiat world. This ain't got shit to do with crypto exchanges. Now, I'm going to assume that they do the same crap if they want to. But all that they do is force you to sell out. They don't allow you to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where they peg you. Like they just lock you in to where the only action you can do, the only activity you can do is selling activity. So you can only exit your position and liquidate. That's it. Just exit. You can't do anything else. So that's pretty much the crux of all red flags. Now then the question becomes, well, what's the purpose of the red flag? Because that's a whole nother conversation. Because it could be for a number of things. You know, if your address is off, if you're in a jurisdiction where the bank can't operate, blah, 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 blah. Like it's endless. It's endless. And if you don't know, somebody's going to tell you. So, you know, there's a lot of things I don't talk about because they're so high level, it's pointless. It's just so above. It's like, well, we need to understand basic finance first. You guys are trying to understand these tax laws and all shit. Y'all motherfuckers can't even figure out what a fucking debit and a credit is yet. So let's slow the fuck down.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like when people that are 400 pounds start asking me about testosterone, and I'm like, you might want to shed 200 pounds off before we get your blood work done.
That's
because you have
right.
200 pounds of extra fat on.
But you're seeing the comparisons though, right?
And so I don't even want. I'm like, don't even go there in your head, dude. Don't even visit that arena.
Yeah, because you're just gonna
you're far away from your understanding point that you need to focus here.
And what happens? You demoralize yourself by thinking that you're not capable.
Mm-hmm.
True.
That's what happens. And this
That's
is
true.
why,
Yeah.
And this is why people got to realize everything is the same. You know how many times I wanted to quit trading and all this shit because it's difficult. I don't have the insider scoop and all, and I don't have an endless bank account of money. I got responsibilities and shit. You know, I don't just got a fucking endless income stream like some people where they could just keep playing. I was playing to fucking win always, and I ended up losing every time because I wasn't understanding what I was doing. So until I started realizing who I was, how I thought, how I made better decisions and all this shit, I realized I wasn't a short-term person. And once I realized that, I started thinking and looking at things a little bit differently. And that's when I really started realizing that long term is the way to go. And this was way before X. It was just a matter of getting to the point where yes. people think about this diversification and all that. Like, everything they teach people out here is wrong, period. End of story. Finance, everything, every industry. I like Jim Rat, you're now seeing the parallels between your industry that you come from, it being fitness, which I used to dabble in back in my younger days, and what we have over here in finance. And what you're coming to realize is that everything is the same. Nothing is
It's
different.
just where all you have to look at is the incentivization of people to do certain things and their financial incentive. Like generally it always just leads back to a financial incentive, right? Like when people are freaking out, why are they freaking out? You always have to remember, why are they upset? Something of theirs has been taken or threatened. That is why they're upset. That is the only reason they're upset. So then you can extrapolate backwards why that would be. And in this case in particular, there's a fine print in all the stuff that we do. So you know what I mean? So it's just about, in my opinion, like you gotta understand, you can't overstretch yourself thin too. When you're like, for me, I'm putting my name on RH's products, but at the same time, I tell everyone like, if this shit went to zero, like it wouldn't really change my life. If you want me to be 100% honest, it would change it a little bit. Like it would suck. But you guys know what I mean. I've been in the game not that long. Like my life would just go back to normal. You put all your eggs in one basket and then you over leverage it to all your friends and then you get into a sticky situation. That's just life, like, and I think it's important that we just remember that the words that are written on the website are very specifically put there, very specifically, just on every document disclosure. Where do people put the most effort in their verbiage? Disclaimer. Period. Every single word absolutely poetically put in that position because they need to make sure everyone that reads that cannot double back on them. And that is the exact thing that we're running into now, is people are not agreeing with the contract.
What happens when they don't do that? They fail.
They get upset. Well, yeah.
Failure ensues. Failing is easy. That's the thing. Failing is easy. Succeeding is easy also.
Yeah.
But what happens is that when you don't realize who, what, when, where, and why, that's when you lose.
That's why I fumbled my bags early on.
That's right.
Exactly what you said.
That's why I bought Polkadot at $46. Because
that's why I bought Doge the day before Elon Musk went on Saturday night. Yep.
Man,
that's when I found out. That's when I found out that I made a good buy.
That was right before I learned. I was like, sell the rumor, buy the news. Like, that's a classic.
Right.
I started to learn. I was like, that's a classic.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
He was on SNL and mentioned Doge, and I checked my wallet. I was like,
never seen that price since.
Bro, it's not even that. That's when I realized I need to pay attention to crypto.
Never touched it again after that show.
Never.
Yo, what's funny now, I put that all into Hex and I staked it out and I got almost my bag back. I'm almost got it back.
Nice, good.
But you see, you didn't have to. You didn't even have to put your skin out there for that gain. Just take.
I had 3 people at work that I specifically told about Hex like 6-8 months before that, and then they come back to me and they're like, "Yeah, I bought Doge on like Robinhood or something like that."
I'm always gonna be grateful.
The day or two before, because it was scheduled that Elon was going on Saturday. I said, whatever you profit you have in Doge, you should walk away now, because that is going to be the sell the news event. I said, I didn't even know he was going to come out and like say, yeah, it's a joke. But I mean, irregardless, I'm like, that's the sell the news event. And sure enough,
what's crazy? People in the Doge community was talking about it like it was such a secret thing, like a hush, and this is going to give us so many gains.
Oh, that's what they thought.
They weren't lying though. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. Remember, like I shared it early in the stream. I bought it in 2019. By the time I remembered I had Doge, it was because he was on SNL. And when I looked at my wallet, it turned into 6 figures. I was like, holy shit. And that's why I'm here today, because I was like, I need to pay attention to this space. Like, like ever since he was on SNL, I've been paying attention to crypto.
That's fucking funny.
So through that process, I got, not only did I got lucky, and I was saying indirectly, I learned delayed gratification.
100%, yeah. That showed you to sit your ass down and do nothing.
Yeah, right. So when I found Richard Hart and he was preaching delayed gratification, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, okay, I understand this now.
Yeah. And it sucks to learn it that way, don't it? Because it would have been nice if you could have watched it along the way, but it's kind of cool that it kind of just is like you kind of fast forwarded too.
Yeah, it would have been nice if I DCA'd the whole time and would have been one of those guys dumping when he was on SNL.
Exactly.
But hey, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm grateful for it. Like,
it's a good lesson to learn from, right? And every day is a learning lesson, and this is what people need to realize. Like, every day is an opportunity for you to become a better investor, better trader, better whatever it is you're trying to do. But you got to put forth that effort, not some nondescript individual.
Yeah. So, during the whole pandemic, I ignored crypto. I was trading stocks. I did great. Like, I did really great. But then once I realized what was going on in crypto and I found Richard Hart, I haven't bought a stock other than the stuff that I always DCA in anyway, because I'm like going like super long term with it. Like, like space stocks and stuff like that. I haven't pretty much bought anything other than the stuff I was already buying every week.
Not true. Bullish, you can get Coinbase about 90% cheaper now.
I'm done with Coinbase. Cracking for me now.
Well, now they're saying they're leaving warnings that they can take your funds. Now it's just like, they'll just write it. Now.
They just got sued over this Terra stuff. I saw Crypto BitLaw posted.
I was just about to do the math real quick on the amount of Terra actually sacrificed, multiplied by the sacrifice rate at that time, and then show comparatively.
Hold on, you telling me people sacked that shit, Coin?
Yeah.
Holy
yeah.
But think about the value transfer there. Think about the value transfer there. That went to 0. Imagine 100%. That went to 0. And if you did that one trade, that went to 0.
Fuck up the fucking release, bro. Now we're gonna be fucking getting sandbagged from these fucks because now the side balances.
Hold on, let me make sure that's even possible. Hold on, let me make sure that's possible because somebody messaged and said something about the sacrifice. What's the best website to see the exact coins that were sacrificed?
I don't know, man.
No, I'll just
I
do
never
the
gave a shit about that. I honestly
Talking about
don't.
for PulseX, right? You're talking about for PulseX, right?
Either one.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I don't remember, man. I just never cared enough.
PulseX.lead or something.
Nah, I don't think they got the coins there. Do they?
Well, I got the
there's a
address.
different website that has it.
I'll just run it back.
Anyway,
I'll get that.
Pulse.info and PulseX.info. They should have it.
Pulse.info.
Yeah. I think they should have it there.
Yep, they definitely accepted Terra.
Damn.
Well, I don't know if it'll make a difference. Because.
Well, it's true. It's zeroed out anyway. Just delete that shit, bro.
Wait, no, but don't they get the sacrifice credits after they lock it in?
I don't know. That's
so I think when you actually put the sacrifice in, you actually get the credit after that day.
Yeah, within 30 minutes.
Yeah, T-Wop. You get it within 30 minutes and it's just foul.
Oh, no Terra in sack address.
No, he's lying. It's on the website.
It's on the website.
Dude,
if it's on the website,
clearly did not read the website, bro. Like
yeah, so that's very interesting. I might show that to Sam and see if he'll spreadsheet that because those guys made out like bandits and they're probably on our team now. That was probably a quick little team switch, when like the guys at the basketball teams, the other team starts winning, so they throw the jersey off. They got the other jersey on.
So Hex Huddle says like about 25K worth for Luna, but still, imagine what that 25K is going to turn into for those people who.
It would have gone to Zippo. Unless V2 Revival is explosively parabolic.
Why are they trying to quote unquote revive this? What happens? Well, in the stock market, what you end up seeing as a normie is the quote unquote index. Now, what's the index? The index is just an average of stocks. Now, what you might not know is that those stocks, they change over time. They're not always the same batch of stocks, right? Like if it's the S&P 500, some of those 500 stocks are going to change. If it's an NASDAQ 100, some of those 100 stocks are going to change. Dow Jones 30, some of those 30 stocks are going to change. Pretty simple. So over time, companies fail, they get pulled, they get replaced. Index continue to go up and to the right, and you were never the wiser. You don't know that there's failing companies out there. To you, the stock market only goes up. You're just a normie. You don't see the plucked shit companies. You don't see them. They just replaced. You don't even know they ever existed. You don't even know that they were replaced. You didn't even know they were shit companies. Because you got fucking, say, 400 other companies lifting them 100 companies in the S&P 500, right? And that's one of those things that, you're not going to think about that. Unless you're deep in thought about something, you're not going to come to that conclusion. For what? Who cares? Honestly, who gives a shit? You're just trying to make money, and that's how most people treat everything. But that's why they end up getting wrecked. That's what happened to me. When you don't care, you don't treat what you're doing with respect, it's going to teach you. Don't worry. Sure as fuck will. And a lot of people are going to learn with PulseChain. It's going to be fun to watch. Mm-hmm. So you guys be mindful of what you're doing when the floodgates open because it's not going to cost anything. And you're going to be mighty tempted.
Yeah, you can't even go there in your head if you're on the fence about knowing that kind of stuff. Like, don't even go there, man. I'm telling you, all these guys, serial trading, Terra Luna, they don't care about a person other than themselves.
100%. The nerve of these people to write that publicly and
boast about it.
And boast about it.
Almost be like you're boast
an about
asshole.
the $1 million losses. They boast about the $1 million loss. I must have seen at least 3 or 4 tweets like that from them fucking losers. And they're out here calling Hex a scam. Yo, what?
There was a dude in a 3,000 space, like 3,000 people, and he was just like, "You all are so stupid if you're not swing trading this." Like he was literally, and he was like the dude that was running the joint, like the host. And I'm just sitting in the bottom, like he's like, He's like, y'all don't know crypto, and I'm like, dude, you might be right about swing trading shit if you're a fucking billionaire, but like, there's 3,000 people in here. Like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, what plan? Even if you're a trader, like, I get if you're a trader, you're gonna trade that, obviously.
Right.
But like, are you crazy? Like, do you want people to hurt you?
Pretty much.
Because I'd hurt you if you freaking told me to do that, and I was told, and I had kids and shit, and like, I didn't know what I was going on because that's what they're doing. They don't
Twitter
care.
fingers. Twitter fingers.
It's Twitter fingers. Oh my god! Oh, so many people have all these Twitter fingers.
Bro, listen. Like, here's the thing about it. Like, and Wills can confirm this. Where we come from, you do that over the internet, and we know where you live.
Man, you don't do that where we come from, period.
Like, you just wouldn't even think about it.
Like,
Yeah, you just ain't doing that stupid ass shit.
Like,
You just putting yourself in a position to get taken the fuck out.
Advantage of too. It's just like you're putting yourself in a weak position. It's like cowering to someone almost. It's like they're gonna know, right? You don't want to lie. You just want to be straight up. You got to be straight up. You can't be talking online. All it does is show your cards as being a little bit of a fluffy little biatch, to be honest, because it's like, who's tweeting online about shit? Like fools. Like, I mean, do you know any respectable men that freak out online other than like, you know, obviously there's some taboo guys in crypto, but like in general, it's just not what you should be doing if you're an adult. You should just be controlling yourself.
False privilege. It's false privilege.
That's probably, yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's almost just like an imaginary, like, it's like if I thought I was better than people because I was streaming. It's literally that. It's like, oh, I'm better than you because I turned my camera on and I read the white paper in front of everyone. Like, no, that's not the truth. The truth is I'm just here learning, and you can interpret that however you'd like. And if you interpret that as teaching, then you're silly. Like, you shouldn't do that. You should like, just like interpret things in reality.
Man,
I work
funny.
I work for a billionaire, and I can probably count with my hands the amount of time she said "my" in a conversation.
Yeah. Common.
No, it's not common. Like, she's self-made.
I see what you mean. Gotcha. Never mind.
She worked for her shit 20, 30 years.
Not common, nope.
The amount of words I've heard her, you know, refer to anything, because she basically owns everything, but she never refers to it as my company or my this. It's always our, we. You know, like, some people are just not meant to get money fast. Like,
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? When you think about fast money, that's no money.
Yeah. That's where that false privilege comes in. You think the world owes you something. It's like the world don't owe you shit.
Nobody owes you a motherfucker. And it's funny because a lot of people like to act like that's the case. Nobody got to do nothing for nobody out here. Ain't nobody doing nothing for me. I don't see nobody giving Wells no alpha. Ever. Who the fuck gonna give me some fucking alpha? I'm waiting. Anybody want to offer me some motherfucking alpha? I'll wait.
I'm thinking.
I mean, damn, you still got some of these clowns out here wanting hex on exchanges. Like, yo, I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up and sit down. You wrong, and it ain't never gonna happen because we don't want it. Period. Sorry. Nobody cares here.
Well, here we go, Wales. What do you think of the? We were talking about liquidity providing earlier in the stream. So, what do you think about a hex MAXI LP on PulseChain?
You got to understand what's happening with the ratios because that's basically a one-way trade. So you're gonna lose all the MAXI you put on there eventually to some degree or another. Because what's happening? Well, what's happening is that you're saying, all right, I got these 2 bags of coins, hex, MAXI. If the market is saying MAXI is more valuable than hex, then the MAXI you're putting up is gonna be reduced relative to your hex position because the demand in the market is for MAXI. Making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So that's what you gotta be cognizant of because it's clearly, you know, the ratio. I really have a problem with it being so wide as it is. It's like you gotta hold it no matter what. You can't just be okay buying it and thinking you're gonna dump it at some point in the near future. Like everybody's overpaying for premium right now.
Yeah.
Everybody. It's 70% delta. And now it's only been staked for what? Fucking week or two? Like
3
you
weeks. Well, yeah, stake for a week.
staked for a week. That's
Yeah.
right. So you can't sit here and tell me that in a week that stake has generated 70% in crypto return. That is clearly not true. So somebody gonna get caught slipping on that one. Sure as hell ain't gonna be me because I'm waiting to buy that dip, but it's gonna be somebody, that's for sure. Let's see.
What's good,
So,
Puello?
what up, homie?
Oh, boy, on the house.
You.
Yo, what's up, brah?
Motherfucker on mute. But yeah, man. This game is easy, but how do you make it so that it's not easy for others but easy for you? Now, what the hell do I mean by that? Well, you learn how you learn. You can't really like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, what's going on, boy? I'm sorry, bro. That was
My
you that
bad,
was
bro.
talking.
No, I
No, you
apologize. I
good, you good,
interrupted
man.
you, bro. I'm trying to figure out this
You
mic.
good, you good, man. You good. We was all talking to you for like 30 seconds earlier. You
Yeah, no,
wasn't
I heard
saying
it. I heard
shit.
it. I'm saying, what's up? I appreciate it. I can't believe y'all still streaming, bro. You guys are going hard, man, on a Monday night. I love it.
It's a good conversation, man.
I had 3 hours in.
Yeah.
That's dope. I just got
Oh,
home, so
3
I'm happy to
hours.
join you guys. But you were
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
bro?
What's up, man?
Yeah, 3 hours ago.
You just gotta be sure, man. You gotta know what you're doing, right? Because everybody doesn't learn like you. That's basically the point. You gotta make sure you understand it, not so much that somebody else understands it. Because if you cannot understand it, then you cannot explain it to somebody else, and that's the level of understanding that you need to have. I mean, I'm not the smartest guy on the planet, bro. I just read. Like people really got to come to terms with that shit. I'm not special. I just read, bro. That's it. And I just read this specific type of stuff because it's of interest to. Yeah, it's of interest to me. That's all.
I appreciate your take
Ain't
because you're
nothing
really
more
good at certain
fancy
things, bro.
about me than that.
You have a really good insight.
Yeah, that's all.
And your opinion, I like your opinion is very valid, bro. To say it like how they say it in New York, you're valid.
Yeah,
really
it's
good thought
very
process.
valid because
The way you break down information,
I'm not.
bro, is great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just some regular dude, I mean,
That's
people
what I'm
gotta
saying, bro.
respect
But it's
that.
your experience, bro.
Yes.
You feel me? Like where you come from, the things you know, and on top of that, I mean, it's not to take away from the fact that, like, bro, you're a very experienced financial analyst. You feel me? Yeah, I know you've been in the industry and you understand this market. So getting your point of view, your perspective, it's always a plus. And it's true. It's like what you're saying. You alpha, bro. You're out here dishing alpha out to everybody. That's big facts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny, but it's all good because at the end of the day, it's just to talk shit. The people that matter, they know
Yeah,
what I'm
I like
about,
what the
so
young
it's not
lady
even
was
a
saying
question.
today in one of the spaces, though. She was like, you're right. It's easier to catch honey with catch flies with catch bees
Honey.
with honey than some shit like that. I forgot what it was, but
It's
she
easier
was
to catch.
mentioning how being a little bit more lighthearted towards people and empathetic does help bring people in. And I mean, I can see where that's maybe gone somewhere. I think maybe in the presence of being right, because that's what we are. We're right. Period. In the presence of being right, you know how those emotions could flare up. But regardless, I mean, I think there's a lot of genuine people in this community for people that everybody's on some shit, you know?
There is a lot of genuine people in this community. Most of us know that, but at the same time, you're gonna have bad actors, right? And that's why it's on us
Yeah.
to squeeze them out, call them out, point them out.
People also
I mean,
change when they don't check themselves. I've
Dan,
gone
real
through
quick,
periods
can
of
you
my
highlight
life where I was doing good
comment?
and I didn't check myself, and then I ended up not doing good.
Yeah. What's
So
the
it's just
saying?
like,
Check yourself
people, as
before
you
you
move
wreck
forward,
yourself.
like mental health, all this stuff, it's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy to be chill all the time. It takes a lot of effort to not be like depressed and anxious. You got to learn to cope, and it's like it's a whole thing. And if you're leveling up and financially, but you're not leveling up mentally, you're gonna eventually wreck yourself.
Yeah.
Because you just don't have the wherewithal.
Not even trying. Most cases.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
this
just,
game is easy, isn't it? Don't you guys think it's easy once you realize what you got to do?
I think it's easy, but I mean,
I
that's
think
6
So
years of
easy, dude. It's
experience.
nothing.
But
It's nothing but easy.
Everybody
Yeah,
said,
that's what-
yeah, that's the gist. Yeah,
but
that's
let
It's
me
like
say
do
this.
do your
For
work and
me,
dollar cost in, and then that's it.
exactly. For me, it took me 3 months of hardcore crypto research, Wells only, crypto coffee, kinetic, Discord syndicates, straight on marathon going through for me to fully get. Oh, I just gotta do this.
but
Okay,
you had to want to do that. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Because the information's out there, yo. Think about all the new people in Hex that are fucking just finding Hex now, and they're too lazy to do a YouTube search. There's a lot of them out there, bro.
So I
first of
have.
all, anyone who's coming in right now, y'all lucky because I got way more YouTubers and they give out way
Yo,
more pieces of information, way more different perspectives. Even when I got in back in July, that's not that long ago.
nope.
So the people I onboard, I have a playlist for them. It's about 100 videos, but it's all you can pretty much consume all the videos within 2 weeks. Like just 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and that's like a requirement for me. Like you got to go through these videos. By the time you're done with this, instead of asking me stupid questions like what is LP and what is this, you know what I mean? Like you'll be able to ask me like real solid questions, and then I'm gonna help you buy crypto, set up everything
Hey,
else.
but this
It's like a
crypto stuff
requirement
moves
for me.
so fast, man. You know, I've come to realize that like it's a job in itself, staying up to date with it every day, and honestly, there's value in people who can reproduce information and filter it for you and give you clean uh information like on the daily. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is like people underestimate the fact that like it's simple. I mean, crypto takes its time. Hey, oh, by the way, GRC, I was watching your stream before I got on here, the one that you did today with Fashion Coder. I was learning how to code with you guys, bro. It's super cool. But it's little things like that. You feel me? It's almost like the coding idea. You feel me? Like you gotta get the basics, and it develops over time. It's the same idea with
Yeah, she was telling me, she was like, just type it in. And I was like, I don't really know. I'll just watch you. And she's like, no, trust
currency.
me, just type
You
it
gotta
in.
start with the basics. And it comes like that, bro. You feel me? Like that's a.
Yo,
it
wait,
comes
put
with
that back
territory.
up. Put that back up. What was that?
That was
My bad. That was supposed to
like,
be
what?
GRC when he talks.
Oh no! Oh no!
That was funny. They trying to make
No,
the faces.
yeah, you gotta get that app that makes the sad face. Yeah, there you are.
That's
There you are.
solidify that sad
Oh,
face.
the
Yeah.
Snapchat. Yeah, from Snapchat.
Romanian Dan, is that
Yeah,
you
but
throwing
don't
that
you
up?
think like they just move so fast?
Yeah.
There's so much to keep up with.
It depends, bro. There's not much crypto out here. It's just what we got going on. So it depends.
Well, for the day-to-day person, like a doctor, someone who has a job, a professional.
I mean, they're being misled, so they got no clue what the fuck is going on anyway.
That's what I'm saying. They just
If it's not coming
nobody.
from us, they lost.
People aren't willing to invest into knowledge. They invest in knowledge, and that's never changed. It's always taken. You got to give up something to get something in return. That whole free
Yep.
idea, it's cool, but it only takes you so far.
That's right.
You know,
Because people
up to a
aren't willing to
certain
put in the
point,
work.
you need to make it scarce. Yeah, you need it to get access. You got to figure a way in. I
Well, look,
appreciate everybody that does everything for this community because if it wasn't for that, but I'm gonna be honest,
here's
man.
the
There's only
thing, bro.
there's
Everybody wants this shit for free, but people are not putting in the work for the
Yeah,
shit that's already
exactly.
out there that's free.
Exactly.
They're
You
not.
gotta filter. You gotta filter through the people. I feel you, bro. You don't want to invest your time into someone that's gonna be here today and then 2 weeks from now. Oh, bro, I got caught up. I didn't look
But
into it.
it's not even that, bro. Think about it. You got a whole for the last 200 plus days, which some of you cats weren't even in fucking Hex when this shit started. Motherfuckers just been selling Hex, like in gargantuan size,
Like
right?
wow,
Just
Like
today.
for a long time. I'm just talking about the past 230 days at this point. This is what's been happening nonstop. Now,
has
what's
it been the most in
changed?
like dollar terms in
What's
hex
that?
history? Has it been like the most hex sold in dollar terms?
Yeah, most Hex sold, period, all terms.
For sure.
And this is why once this selling bout is over, yo, nobody's gonna remember this. Nobody. Everybody gonna just look stupid because they're gonna be. I'm gonna be the only dude on Twitter telling y'all to shut the fuck up, just like I was at 20 Cent. And look at us now. Yep, 100%. You know why? Because motherfuckers gotta learn how this shit plays. This ain't no fucking
Facts.
party.
Facts.
This is a fucking future, motherfucker. Sit your ass the fuck down, analyze the situation, and learn about the next move. What do you need? What do you need to do? What's your next move? A lot of people out here just waiting for something to magically just happen.
Yeah, people think just because they pressing buttons is a layup. It's like, no, you
That's
better
it.
fucking know what the fuck you're doing. Because if you
Yeah.
press the wrong button,
Facts.
you're gonna get fucking wrecked.
If you
Yo,
haven't
Yeah,
tested,
you're gonna be
test
worse
it.
off if you know the buttons and you don't know what's going on.
that's
If you
right.
haven't
Because
tested
you're gonna make the wrong move.
testnet,
Too many moves, too many variables. If you don't know what's going on, you're done. You're wrecked. You're ruined. That's why I don't get people to stake right away that don't know shit about what's going on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, y'all some silly motherfuckers, right?
Was that too soon?
Yo,
Too
yo,
soon?
CLTG is
Oh,
on one.
Yo.
Yeah,
yo,
he's
yo,
right.
yo, 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 hold up.
But he's
I
right.
gotta bring up
I've
these
been said
messages
that
that I
shit.
saw today
I
on Twitter. Hold up.
Highlight CLTG's comment though, real quick.
The
Because
Will's
it's
message for the
true.
what?
Yeah.
It's true. People still out here looking for something else to do. This is all you gotta do.
Pull that
Yeah.
screen up for a second.
That's really it, though.
Yeah.
Look at the unit I got task force I got put in.
Bro.
What
Yo.
the fuck?
I was laughing.
He got Hexball on the squad.
Explode.
Right when he said the Saudis were after him, I was like, well, I'm on the Saudi protection unit. I'm the lead. I will put myself in that position. I'll be the lead. I'll take the first
Yo,
bullet.
no cap.
Oh man, that was.
I'll
so
take that
funny,
first
man.
bullet.
Oh.
Get around the corner, I'll
DRC, the
drive in
first
front of
through
him.
the door.
Bro, you
No,
won't have
this
to
is
worry
what'll
about taking
happen.
the first bullet.
He'll come straight for him.
You won't have to worry about taking the first bullet. Hexball has his strap. Just throw him in front of you.
Oh my god, yo, we be having some fun. Holy
Oh yeah.
We're just gonna sacrifice Hexball.
Yo, check this out. I don't know if it looks good or if you can
shit.
see it. Maybe I could.
Yeah, we can see.
Somebody
Just
click
zoom in
it.
a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, shit, I got the boys. Huh. All right. So, someone posted shit today. They were like, "Oh, didn't Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman? I don't even know this is a real name. Have a Washington
Yeah, it
Post
is.
report Kamal Khashoggi brutally murdered and dismembered? Don't Saudi royal playboys regularly die of drug-fueled orgies? Wasn't Prince Basma bin Saud? Well, I mean, you can read it for yourself. It's pretty like, real, but." Held in Saudi prison without charge for a number of years and said to require urgent medical care. Probably the best where commerce shows focus on criticism the company he keeps and reputational damage they bring. But he went in, man. This is like a straight, like, this boy just dropped bombs. Prince forced male aide to fart in a hooker's orgy. I won't go into the drug-fueled orgies in London or the goings on in Dubai and UAE. Most of these absolute degenerate scumbags would be destitute were it not for the black gold they were fortunate enough to inherit. I mean, this just goes into a little bit of a deeper kind of,
You're fucking reading this shit. My face is the only one in here, and you're just like spitting off.
I
Like
know,
the white boy in
brother.
the middle.
I'm sorry, but
What
just, I mean, look,
DRC is the
let's be
human
very
meat
real. Let's be
shield.
very
Oh,
real.
let's talk about the Saudi prince beheading people.
Oh my god! And look, then we got this.
Oh, no.
That's some 5-5 shit, bro. I don't know what's up with Hex Shorties, but they be wilding.
Oh yeah, we know.
Hex Shorties been wilding lately. I'm just saying. That's just a little drop right there.
We
But
know. Shout out to the ladies in the chat.
facts.
I'm dead.
But yeah, my man, like, yo, it's crazy, right? Like, I mean, someone dropped that point, but it's true, bro. I mean, everybody has their faults, man. Like, why are you just tripping on someone like that? No way, bro. That's out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Like, both sides are dirty, so like, don't be talking about that bullshit. Like, nobody.
But
gives a
that's the
fuck.
whole point, right? And this
Yeah,
is why
like,
we
you're
gotta
making a
be the
big ass deal.
ones. But this is why we gotta be the ones. To
I
say,
would have
like,
told them, and be
fuck
like,
outta
bro,
here.
I would have told straight up, like, that's just interpersonal communication. I would have told Buddy, like, yo, look, I'm sorry, like, I know you got a brand to protect, but let's be real, you be doing your shit too. It's just another man. He
Look,
made
man. Whatever
he
he
made
got,
another
that's
piece
his
of tech.
problem. That ain't our problem. This is
Yeah,
fucking
facts.
crypto.
Yeah,
Period.
follow
And
the
all
code.
these motherfuckers that come across me, that's what the fuck they're gonna learn because they're gonna get educated. I don't give a fuck about what their opinions are on this shit. They don't know a motherfucking thing. I'm the professional, not them.
Facts.
We are the ones that know, not them. We are the ones that educate. We are not the ones that are dictated to. This is our shit. So let's make sure that we do not misplace that notion ever.
And it is important to remember, guys, like if you are one of the people that are covering crypto every day, like you're doing something that even the people that are rich in crypto really aren't doing. You can only study so much.
Yep.
Like unless you're in a position where you're like studying, right? Like if you're saying like, hey, I'm going to be working all the time and studying, then yes. But as these guys get these luxury lifestyles, it's like they can't keep up with the Joneses. Like you can't. Like if you want to be a content creator of any sort, you have to, or you're not making content anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So that's just like, again, being popular and having power. It's kind of like a weird thing where people that have money want to be popular sometimes too, but they like they're almost like not like I get more attention than people when I'm broke. Like I could take my shirt off and get more likes than a dude in a Lamborghini, and it's for free. It's just the way life is, and it bothers people.
Yep.
And not that specific thing, but that kind of relationship.
What is it?
They can't buy what they want.
This is
right?
good. This is good point to pause and highlight what that thing is that you're talking about, because it's not the Lamborghini, and it's not the fact that you're not wearing a shirt. It's that you're genuinely taking an action versus somebody that's just fucking posing. People respect authenticity. They never respect a fake motherfucker that's talking out his ass.
It only takes a couple times you talking out your ass before people are like, "That's the guy."
I've been telling GRC. I've been telling GRC that since I met him.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been telling him that since I met him.
And we see plenty of that on Twitter, don't we?
Yeah.
Plenty of that.
And if somebody starts talking about something, that they don't know anything about, eventually they're going to get caught slipping.
100%. Never fails.
I think it was a stream with you, GRC, at one point. One of the early streams that I jumped on with you, and you had asked me about something. I was like, I don't know, dead silence. And I'm just like, sorry, I can't comment on that. I think it has to do with it. No, I know.
Hey, I'm glad you did that rather than spittling on for 20 minutes and me just being confused.
Right.
Because generally it's just like that. It's that simple. Someone either knows the answer to a crypto question or they don't. And it's great when they're just like, hey, I haven't researched that. And then you're like, great, I'll ask another person or whatever. Instead of it just being like, oh, I'm a crypto guy. Hold on one second.
Yeah. Let me postulate.
Let me stroke my beard for some fake information that I haven't learned yet because I just know crypto. It's like, it's not how it works. It's not how you actually have to read or look at. It's just because Richard Hart knows if Hedron came out, Richard Hart never heard of it, he wouldn't be able to explain it because he wouldn't know it. It's like just because you're smart doesn't mean you're in the position where, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's about knowing the information. It's not about your capacity.
But you always need to learn it. That's the hard part.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's exactly
like,
right. Remember, Richard was an Ethereum hater for a while.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Yep.
How did that transition look?
He just had
from
to
Bitcoin to I know, like, was he initially just like, oh, this isn't decentralized enough?
Well,
or like,
no, initially it was basically there was Bitcoin and everything else was a shitcoin. And it wasn't until after the 2017 after the 2017 pump, and he went back in retrospect and looked at it and said, you know what? My worldview has changed. The numbers don't lie. And this is it.
Yep. Now, what's funny is when I found Hex, Ethereum was a downside in my opinion. Ethereum was a downside, and look at what ended up happening. Proven to be true. The biggest,
but
downside.
It gave us the opportunity to
PulseChain and PulseX. Hell yeah, it's the best thing that ever happened. Best thing that ever happened. Funnily enough,
nothing can compete.
That's right. We know how that works. Nobody else in this space is fucking with it right now, except for us, because they're all brainwashed to be plebs.
Yep.
And think about it. At the very beginning of Hex launch, he even comes out and he mentions, he's like, if Ethereum ever gets too expensive, I'll just fork it.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I wasn't around. He said that
a long time ago. Yeah, he like when it first came out, he said, if Ethereum ever gets too expensive, I'll just fork it. And then it did. And now he is.
And he has.
He has. Yeah. I mean, one pro tip for anybody out there listening and stuff, when Richard will just throw these things out there, and like I have I use Post-it notes, but I have a notebook of Richardisms, little things, that nuggets he drops. Like that nugget, when we went from like 1 cent to 10 cent, at the 10-cent thing, I don't know if it was a tweet or if he said it, but it was a tweet. And he said, "What's 10 cents on the way to 100?" That's what he said.
That's it. That's right.
Write that shit down.
People think it's a game. I don't know why, but they're gonna learn it's not.
If you're not thinking now, because guess what? We're at like 11.6 cents right now, folks, and you're just getting in. What's 10 cents on the way to 100?
Yeah, they don't realize it's just as voluminous as the financial system, as far as like what kind of fake money we're talking about. Like it's the same proportion, right? Like it's just not given to those people. It's given to the people that found out about.
Yep, it's for the people that interact with the network strictly.
Bro, Richard Hart is a fucking man, bro. I swear. Yeah, I'm gonna paste that in the private chat. You know what he just posted like 2 minutes ago?
No, hold on.
Posted in the
Shout out
chat.
Far Out Aliens. Good to see, bro.
What do we got?
Oh shit, that's funny.
Did the Saudis grab him?
Nah, he's just pointing out some basic facts.
I'm sure it's very logical.
Yeah,
Click on it.
It always is, right? Whenever Richard says it, it's just like, oh, he just cuts right through it, because he's not getting emotional too when he tweets too much. He's usually pretty unemotional when he tweets. He just says like a nice little stinger right to your ribs.
Funny. He's still.
Oh my
going.
god!
He just sent
No
another one
obliques.
out.
Kills hourglass shape, perhaps. Arms negative, chin ups.
Hold on. We got a PulseChain update. Let me read it out loud, and let me just give you the link to the tweet in the super chat so you guys can pull it up. How about that? How about that? Tell you what, nothing that's going on now has ever happened before. So we're really breaking ground in so many ways that is just really hard for people to comprehend. So let me read it, I guess. PulseChain.com status. Auditing, finding things that need fixing, I guess, and putting them in order to see which can happen after mainnet and which should happen before. Next few days, I hope to have better time frames. Bits, mostly validator registration, rotation, fees, and limits. So there you go.
Sounds like you got hacked.
It is.
Imagine. That'd be funny. What?
So
we're getting near it.
It's gonna be a
Yeah,
fun
bro, we're
summer.
so close. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been a part of anything at zero, so this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We kind of knew this was happening because in Spaces, this guy came in like for the past 2 days, and he was mentioning he was having an issue with LP.
You mean LP as far as what? Oh, you mean like in testnet?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people have been reporting issues with like staking and LP and shit like that. But that's fine. Because that's part of the process, you know. That's how you know shit's getting fucking worked on, actually.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. The software is funny like that.
Balls blue for PulseChain.
Balls of blue for PulseChain. Just make sure you get your 14 pulses after the fact.
Nice.
Yeah. Hey, how do you think
He
that snapshot
says-
date's gonna happen? It's gonna say.
I don't
or-
think people are gonna know. I think
Yeah, that was something I was thinking too. I don't think anybody's gonna know when it happens.
I wouldn't tell them. I'd let motherfuckers hang dry on that shit. Yeah, because what's gonna happen is that they're gonna pump it to dump it. We don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
So holla. Good luck. I'd pull a stunt like, V3 live. Good luck, y'all. Or mainnet's live. Good luck, y'all. Like that's what I do. Either or, maybe both. Because what's the intended advantage of giving people a heads up? There is none. Think about it.
Yeah,
And if I'm wrong, definitely let me know. But I don't think there is.
I agree. The element of surprise is a good thing.
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. If he just kind of drops a bomb on them, then
Yeah,
they can't
he's been
react
very
to
informative about
pump and
everything.
dump.
I guess the launch would be dope for it to just play out like that, or the
Hmm.
snapshot date at least.
Right. I mean, so what happens? It's not really a snapshot. It's just that a fork happens, and what it means is that they take a block height, meaning a block number, and they say at this block we're gonna pull the lever and split the tracks. And now all of a sudden you got this whole new set of blockchain train tracks that the chain is riding on, and that is now the new chain. That's the fork. So now you have Ethereum, and then now you have PulseChain. But that's how you get the copy. It's really just because you just split the system state. You just copy pasted it over here, change the name, change some parameters, yada yada, blah blah blah. Making
Nice.
sense?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So that's kind of what's happening there. So just understanding all these little kind of
Yeah, the
quantitative
nuances. Yeah,
nuances.
like the difference between like the sacrifice and like an ICO and shit. That's a big one
Yeah,
too.
yeah, because a lot of people like a lot of guys, man. A lot of folks are gonna get like I don't know, man. All these sacks that are going on, like you guys are playing with fire.
Yeah.
Yep.
After liquid
Cause
loans, I didn't. I looked into liquid loans,
mm,
and that was probably the last one I invested into. Then I just looked around. I was like, all right, how am I dispersing my financial energy? How's
mm,
Yeah.
like how's this looking? There's a lot of shiny shit around me right now.
Right.
that's right.
Yeah. And there's going to be
That's right.
plenty more where that came from.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It's just getting started.
It's all distraction. You know,
Hmm.
Bally and I were talking about that this weekend. Is the fact that, and we're referencing from our own experience. I mean, back in 2017, throughout I remember I had like 28 different cryptos in wallets. I
God
mean, it was
damn.
just insane. You can't, no, but it's true. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
but,
yeah, for sure.
you know, I,
Yo,
right
think about
now,
it. Hold on.
oh, go.
Just I don't want you to lose your thought, but think about
No.
this because it makes me think about what you just said. How uppity do people feel when they say, "Oh, my portfolio," right?
Mhm.
People feel uppity when they say that shit, don't they? I mean, I think it's the stupidest statement, but that's because I know better. But the average person thinks that's some uppity shit to say.
Well,
Telling you,
no,
man.
but I can
Know
count
what
on
fuck
one
you
hand.
know.
The number of some of them aren't out yet, obviously, but
Yeah,
the of what my investments can. I mean,
of
because you can't
course.
watch all those numbers.
No, you
Actually,
can't.
Wales, you're gonna like my shirt when I come out. I got a new shirt I'm making. It
Nah,
says it's
I
gonna
like
say,
that one.
yeah, well, it's gonna say I have a big PP, and then underneath in parentheses it's gonna say personal portfolio.
I like that.
Yeah. So
That's so fucking hilarious. Be like, well, I wonder if this is what Richard meant in the first place, and we just all took it out of context. Who knows?
that's it's my brain working. So
Oh man, that's funny,
man.
bro. Good stuff. But look, when stuff like this happens, like you got to take it the right way,
Right.
not the way you want to take it. Because what happens is that people end up projecting, and it ends up coming off the wrong way,
Yeah.
and we see a lot of that, right? Like we see a whole lot of that. So that's the kind of shit that you got to keep in mind because what we're doing again is all individual based. There's no corporate centralized authority on anything. People can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. And to be honest, a lot of people forget that because they're too busy looking at others. They need to worry about themselves and conduct their own affairs accordingly. Honestly, right? I mean, what's a grown man doing looking at another grown man?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah, that's
sucks.
the biggest thing. It whatever you do doesn't affect me. It's just like the work thing is like, people look at somebody's success, somebody's paycheck. What are you doing looking at their paycheck for?
Hmm.
What do you care? Is it going to feed your
You
family? Is it going to pay the bills? No. Yeah.
pretty simple. No. I mean, it's one of those things where how much more plainer can you get?
No, you can't.
Can't get more
You know,
planet, bro.
I was talking to my boy today, and I was telling him kind of like about how crypto, um, it's a big deal how much how much coin you own, like your portfolio size. Like being a whale is significant, but
Of course.
within talking about that, we were kind of just mentioning about like the power you hold in being in that position. But I kind of want to open that for conversation. Like, what is that power, and like to what extent can you use it?
Something to think about, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't really hear. I'm fucking high as hell right now. Can you repeat it?
I'm smoking
Repeat.
too, so that's probably why I asked it. But
No, I mean, I think the thing is, and it goes back to that mentality of maturity aspect. You know, if they don't mature mentally, and I was going to bring this up earlier when the topic had come up about that mentality aspect, is the fact that, you know, how you handle $100 in crypto versus 1,000 versus 10,000 versus 100,000 versus $1,000,000 in crypto is completely different. And if people don't mature mentally throughout that process, then they're going to do some stupid stuff. You know, they're going to hex flex all over the place and, you know, like a peacock out in the street, you know, showing off their colors. Or if they do mature, that they consider the impact that they can have in helping others in the community. And that's a win-win. You know, because if I help somebody else and they succeed, they're going to pump my bags. Bottom line.
agreed.
People don't excuse me, people don't get that, bro.
Yeah.
But that's like the most important thing,
Yeah.
right? Because what
Fuck. Now you're making me.
my bad. Shit lit over here though. My bad.
Yo, this blunt is kicking right now.
Oh shit!
But Hex Dexter, for me, that's a message I try to give out a lot of times. What I say, whatever I say, like go outside, touch grass, like
Mm.
Yeah.
still be with your people. Because yes, we are in this crypto space. Yes, we're in the best crypto asset known to man, but you still need to live your normal life. You still need to build yourself as a person. You know, you still need to interact within the world. So yes, when your wealth do go up, you're still here with everybody else.
Right.
If that makes sense, I feel like people get too lost in the other world sometimes, and that could lead to when I got my 100 to 100,000 to $1 million bag, that won't lead me to balling out to like 2, 3 different Lambos and driving up in the
Lifestyle
middle of
chain.
freaking Compton, going to get Chinese at 2 o'clock in the morning with like 3 different chains on.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's facts. That responsibility goes far, and what you do with it definitely matters. I like the real Godwill's personality. I enjoy the way he kind of just interacts with the community, and he doesn't have to show
Who?
face, but his presence is there.
Who's that?
The real Godwill.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Like at least from what I've seen, like people interacting with him and just how I remember there was like a fake account of him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Someone
Had to
made
call
like a
that
fake
one out.
account, and then he came out and he was like, "Nah."
Yeah. You ain't
So,
it.
yeah, I mean that's the little shit in history, bro. I mean that can get lost in time, but that's something small that's important because he's here for the long run. Did he sacrifice as well for PulseChain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That goes.
And you watch when we sit there and PulseChain does launch, the amount of new PulseChain furus who are going to pop up like mushrooms after a bad
Yes.
rain.
Gonna be
You watch,
funky.
mark my words.
It's gonna be funky. That's for sure. And they're gonna
Gonna
pop
be
up
crazy,
just like they
crazy.
popped up already. There's already a bunch of furus in PulseChain, so
Mhm. And it ain't
that's
even
what it is.
launched.
There's gonna be a
Nope,
whole lot of
ain't even launched. That's right.
There'll be a whole lot of them. Wait until this shit launch and people start making a little bit of money.
Mhm.
Yep. Oh, people ready to dump. It's been a year. Forget
No,
about it.
but you know how it is.
People
You're gonna
Mhm.
dump and people are gonna start making a little bit of money, and then that's when
Mhm.
people will be like, "Oh, what's this?" And everyone's gonna want to ape in.
They got their finger on the trigger.
Mhm.
Yep.
One more
I got my-
thing about the mental thing about growing your wealth over time. Keep a journal of your crypto journey, or even your life journey. You know, as you learn more about finances and how the world actually goes. You know, keep a journal of your progress of how much you've been learning to like go back and
Yeah. Well,
humble
you
yourself.
guys were talking about education earlier and stuff like that, and I was thinking in the back of my head, this is school of hard knocks, baby. I got a PhD, post hole digger. I mean, I have some education in my background, but I mean, life lessons. I can't talk about the things. If I didn't have the experience of what I went through, I couldn't, talk about, where I'm at today type thing. It didn't happen overnight, and it took dedication and time.
Took
It
balls,
didn't
my
just,
friend.
yeah, it
Took
didn't just
balls. You
come.
have balls. Hashtag Wales. You got balls. Roman. You got balls. GRC. You got balls. Everybody in this, all you guys have balls because everybody said yes. We did it.
Yep. Everybody ain't saying yeah. That's a true statement.
That's
Yeah.
nope. No questions.
Everybody ain't saying
We're in
yeah.
here. We
Everybody
understood
is
it. We said
saying,
okay. All right. You my
yep.
my protein cookie here. All right.
All right.
I'll buy some.
Yo, shout out to the fucking chat. Y'all motherfuckers is wild tonight.
Yo, facts.
Yeah, they
You
funny.
eat what?
Low key been going off.
They funny.
Brought
Yeah.
to you by the worst damn crypto show.
And the worst damn crypto show.
So why'd y'all pick that
surprised you're
name?
still awake. I'm
Why'd
surprised you're
y'all
still
pick
awake.
that name? Because it's not attractive at all. It ain't calling you. That's for sure. Ain't nobody trying to see the worst of nothing.
It's like reverse psychology.
Yeah. It's kind of like don't subscribe.
Yeah. Like, don't engage
don't do
in
it.
any way.
Ah, damn, I'm gonna do it.
I remember
was
when you guys.
basically-
I remember when you guys first started streaming, and I would just pop in the chat. That was it, and I'd be like, "This is the worst damn crypto show I've ever seen." People were like, "What?"
That's
I'm like,
You know how
name of it.
couple ones we didn't have an intro. Did we?
It's further evidence for the world damn.
Bro, I don't know how long it was before I had an intro. Get out of here, man. You want to talk about piss poor production quality? That's me. I didn't even have an intro for like a whole year, bro. Like,
check this out. Tap went on social talking about I'm making my debut on the show, and it's like, nah, bro, I've been here before.
You gotta go back and watch the tapped out episode.
Oh yeah, that was so funny, man. That was nice. Hey, welcome to the team, bro. I forgot. Yeah, salute.
Well, leaned on me over there because I saw the footage. She said, "How the fuck did you fall asleep?" I was like,
Just
"I thought
happens, man.
it happens."
It just happens, bro. Motherfuckers be tired out here grinding all the fucking day. What you expect?
Yeah. I was going on for like 4 hours. It was like 3.5 hours.
I was head nodding on the plane ride home, man. I'm trying to do something on the phone, and like my head's going right down into it. I'm like, damn.
Nah, but the show, we just wanted to make like a simple ass show, like nothing serious. Literally anybody wants to come on, just come on.
Like a barstool vibe.
We're a couple little crypto players. Ain't none of us, rich off nothing. We still love what we invest in, and we just want to talk shit about it.
Facts.
Yeah, I know I'm not rich, right? I know I still work and shit, right?
Nah, bro, the chat thinks you're fucking.
You're a whale. What do you mean?
That's a lie.
Yeah.
You chilling
I
at the
didn't
crib.
know.
I know you're chilling at the crib because I'm chilling at the crib.
The chat thinks you're God
you
will,
gotta
bro.
be chilling at
The
the
chat
crib.
thinks you're God will, bro.
Man, if I was God Will, I would not be fucking on no stream.
Facts.
I be trying to tell people, bro. Like, you think people would be on here just fucking?
Yeah. Right. Tell them, GRC. Tell them we all broke.
It's like, yeah, they'll come do a cameo. You know what I mean?
We
Do a
can't
little
hear you,
interview,
GRC.
pop in or whatever. But it's like they gonna be here fucking 4 hours streaming
It's
just
just when
because.
people are streaming and they're inferring that they have money, they're generally lying.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's usually that's. I mean, there's obviously exceptions to every rule, but in general, if someone's inferring that they have any sort of, it's like, why would you be?
Yeah.
Like
Trust me,
if it
once I
looks,
get money,
it
I'm
looks
gonna
like a
be.
squirrel
I'm
and
gonna
it's
see
eating
less
a
and less
nut.
of me.
What?
I was saying, once the money starts coming in, you might start seeing less and less of me.
Gotcha.
Disappear.
You'll see
Boy,
more
gonna
pictures
tap
of my
out.
abs online, and I'll be at the gym in Miami. No, I'm just kidding. I'll probably be in this freaking house doing jack shit. So I swear to God, I could have $1 billion, and I'd be like,
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
be on
out
my
tomorrow.
8th passport.
Yo, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, would I
With
even
my-
go outside anyway? Like, I wouldn't even
Yeah,
care.
I don't know if
Man.
I'd leave. I'd be like, haircut here, everyone, girls here, everything here, and I'll leave if I want to like get some fresh air.
I'm getting my ass to fucking Puerto Rico, DR, or fucking
Facts.
fuck all
I'm gonna
that
go to
shit.
Colombia.
Oh, word.
And
I
just
want to
shut
go
the fuck
down
up.
to Ecuador and visit Frosty.
Yo, Hextech, let
My
me know.
brother-in-law, my brother-in-law just flew
Yeah, I know
over
you
there.
want to do some surfing, right, Jimmy? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking
You ever
about
been to
November.
anybody ever been to Medellin?
Nah, I haven't.
No.
Oh
Been
my
to where?
god, Medellin, Colombia,
Oh,
gentlemen.
no.
Beautiful
Gonna-
place.
I
Going
got
to
enough
Cartagena in
neckties.
July.
Beautiful place. I mean, it's very it's one of the most technological cities in South America.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm with Tic Tac Crypto. She said when she gets her money, she's gonna get a nanny. Me too. I'm gonna get me a nanny with a big
Maybe.
old ass and big titties.
I don't know, y'all. I might
Air
be
quote to raise my children.
I might be streaming from my 10 acres here in Montana off grid in my Castilla boxable house. So no joke. I got one of those on order. So
Oh, shit. Cool.
Y'all ain't know I'm
How's it
gonna,
setting it up gonna be?
oh, easy. I mean, those things unfold in like an hour to 2 hours, and they're full.
Nice.
It's like plug and play. I mean, everything's run, all the wiring, the plumbing. You just have to have the utilities to hook to,
Yeah.
and a concrete slab. And I have the person to do it for me. So, 'cause I tell people, you know, when I found out that I was a cook and not a carpenter, that changed my life. I don't need
y'all
to
ain't
know
know
how to.
I'm gonna be streaming from my castle. It's gonna be, matching my skin tone. Gotta get that down.
Facts. The fire backdrop.
Share that screen real quick. If you're there, Rome, or if you're there, Trap.
They
What
both fall
screen?
asleep.
What screen?
Knocked out.
Oh. That's so funny, yo. You got some creative people.
It's bullish, guys. Big candles.
I gotta name
That's
that guy.
funny.
Anyone that was buying today was getting good deals.
Yep.
Yeah, bro.
I got some.
I got
Right
this,
here.
I have a Ether drops
boy right here.
notification thing on my phone, on my Telegram, and I saw the orders come in like pop 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 right back, like back to back to back. I was like, nah, someone just dumped on our shit. I was like, I looked at it and it shows at 9 cents. I was like, perfect, and then it was about right back up to like 10 cents, 11 cents. It was so beautiful. I was like, that's the man for you right there.
Right.
Yeah.
So gorgeous. But I was like, those are the moments. Those are the ones that you look at in the chart and like, damn, I could have got that.
Yeah, I definitely went in.
Facts, bro.
Someone
So
cash at me some money for lunch, and I just used that to buy some Hex today.
For the win.
There you go.
I had some dry powder set aside
$40
because I
in
was
fees. $40.
I was waiting for that 15 to 11K dip in BTC prices to look for trigger pulls, but I did pull the trigger on a little bit of a hex. So
That's why I was so pissed with this whole Coinbase thing, because that was like the largest amount that I transferred to like buy Hex.
Right.
So in hindsight, it kind of worked in my favor because half of it was locked up.
yeah,
Have you guys
So
ever
by the time I
successfully
got it,
done
I was able to like just ape in.
Have you guys ever successfully done a buy limit order with a matcha?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't tried.
yeah.
Don't close the browser.
Close the browser. Pro tip.
Nah,
Don't close
Pro
the
tip:
browser.
when you do it, keep the browser open.
That's
Make
gonna
that,
that's gonna
make
be
that
a
the title
t-shirt.
of this show. Don't close the browser.
Don't
That's
close
gonna
the
be a
browser.
T-shirt on Rant's future merch store.
Don't
Close
close
the
that
That's a good
browser,
one.
Yeah,
or you'll get 3% slippage when you're selling your bags on the market.
yeah, I actually learned that from Chaos. Was when he talked about he was posting about some of his sell limit orders on Matcha. I don't know if he was using Matcha, but you know, I got a few sell limits. So if somebody wants to ape in and pay $5 for Hex, I mean, I got a little bit to sell you.
So how does that happen? So
I'm gonna try to get someone up in here real quick.
Does someone want to read that chat from Human Trafficker real quick?
I can. Why do I not see it?
Everyone fighting for the assets.
Guys, I know that you guys do not believe me, but oh shit, dude, what the fuck? My onboard died. Everyone fighting for the asset. I'm like, guys, there's a wallet in there. What the hell?
what?
Huh?
Context. We need a little bit more.
Yeah,
more
you
context.
can't be dropping that hot sauce on me without some context.
Yeah, you can't just
Not the hot
That's
sauce.
way too hot and heavy for that.
Not the hot sauce. Are you trying to say that someone passed away? They have a crypto wallet. I'm guessing there's a decent amount of value of crypto in there, and they just don't know it exists. And you're trying to figure out you should even tell them or not, or just wait for the whole thing to blow off and just take the wallet low key. That's what I'm getting.
What you guys need.
Oh, I see what he's saying. He says, my onboard died. Everyone that knows him is fighting for the assets. I'm like, guys, the wallet, there is a wallet in there.
I was right.
Mm-hmm.
What does that last sentence mean?
He said I was right. Actually, just said that I was right.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well, no, I do not want the wallet. The seed. Oh, I see. You're saying they might not have access to it.
I think it's one of those things is, what I'm getting from it is this, is you have to have like your will in place as far as designation for your crypto, set up with a lawyer. Otherwise everybody's basically fighting for the coin.
Oh, I see what he's saying. So you should be prepared. It's kind of that's really sad.
Yeah.
About your friend.
Yep. Well, this is why MCA exists, man.
Yeah.
So nobody's caught off guard. Like that's the whole point of that shit, man. Because we're doing this for a reason.
Yeah.
And my objective is to ensure that as many people make it to the other side as possible, because it's not easy once you get the money in your hands to not fuck it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll throw out, the shameless plug, because I'm not in any way a part of the structure of MCA, other than the fact that I'm going to be a client. I have my appointment scheduled in August, and I've done my research, my own due diligence. So this only applies to me. I'm just speaking what I'm doing for me, not what you should do. But I want to have those systems in place to where I have it designated to who's getting what. I don't have any children. I don't have a wife to leave it to. So it's going to my immediate family, my niece and my nephew, but it's going to be designated. And I am doing that because through MCA, because I see a value proposition in it, and I am not the smartest tack in the pack. So if you can figure it out and get lawyers and get accountants, and you can do it on your own, and that's what you choose to do, God bless you, go do it. I mean, definitely. But for this guy, that's what I'm choosing to do. But I see the aspects of like this case that we just read about, is the fact that if you do nothing and you do die, I mean, I could walk out tomorrow and, get taken out by the bus. I want those things to be designated so that somebody can derive value for it while I'm gone. I'm not going to need it.
Right. And that's what's kind of the interesting thing, right? A lot of people don't realize is like it's just about options. You can do whatever the hell you want. Like nobody's putting the gun in your head.
Yep.
So, it's just one of those things where people just they don't know how to react to change. Right? That's what I think it ultimately is. Like people just don't know how to react to change, and that's the only constant. And that's a
Yep.
problem for some people, Some people just cannot tolerate that. So
And I'll put it bluntly: is if you're failing to plan, you're planning to fail.
100%.
Whether in that aspect, it's the same aspect of like if you're carrying everything around on your MetaMask and you've heard everybody talk time and time and again about different security measures that you can take to help protect your crypto assets, and you choose not to do it until that day that you get rinsed or whatever gets deleted or you lost your seed phrase, and then you're just SOL. It's do it, and if you haven't done it, make the time to do it this week.
Yep. So we're gonna be closing doors soon. So yeah. Get your shit in. Cause you don't want to get caught slipping.
Nope.
So yeah. It's a pretty crappy topic, but
hey.
Yeah, but it has
it's reality. I got a cousin that died when she was 16. I got cousins that died when he was 20. Like, you just die when you die, man.
Don't even get me started.
You just die when you die.
Yeah, facts.
So
You know what's something I respect a
gotta be
lot?
ready.
My grandmother passed away last year, but she was a woman who she had everything set, bro. Even after she passed, she was still able to take care of people. So I respect that in her, because even beyond her life, she was able to extend her love and like what she left to help the people in her family. And honestly, bro, like I'm just happy to see it because a lot of people aren't exposed to that. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like
There
my
you
mom, my mother personally, I wasn't raised with a mother who taught me like, oh, get a home, do this, do that. You feel me? It was just, hey, money wasn't a conversation. That was something that the grown ups spoke about. You feel me? That's how it was. So growing up in that, I'm happy I at least was exposed to the financial knowledge through some means, and then introduced to other things like, because if it isn't for those little experiences, man, like they really define you, bro. And so that's why it's so
Yep.
important now as an adult that you can think for yourself and you're open to this book of knowledge, which is the internet. You can search something, and every time you have a question, you can go on Google and say, "Yo, what is this? What is that?" and just figure it out. Critical think and move forward. We need more humans that just go out and they just think about how to solve the problem.
Definitely.
Not so much focus on the problem. Too many people are focused on the problem. Let's figure out some solutions. PPS, professional problem solvers. That's what we got. PPS.
Pretty much. Got no choice.
Right? I'm going on a rant, but it's true. I feel like Kanye.
Yeah, but it's true. What else are we doing, right? We're trying to fix a lot of messed up things.
It takes time.
And it takes time. That's right. It's not easy. I mean, think about it. We're over here trying to, like, everybody wants mass adoption, but nobody actually wants to do what it takes to get it there. People just want it to happen, and it's not going to just happen. A lot of things have to occur for that to happen. And nobody wants those things to occur. They want to fight it.
Yo, Bitcoin had a whole illegal Silk Road. Like that was like the currency of the fucking most illegal dark web shit, like in history. Bitcoin
Oh,
was at the center
it
of
was
that.
just a market. It was nothing illegal about it. The Fed said it was illegal because they felt like it, because the shit was operational.
They said it was what?
It's just an eBay, bro. You got it confused. You believe in something you read. That shit was just like eBay, and they was just selling pills and weed and shit and whatever else, right? Hitman jobs and whatever else. But it was just an open market because you could have bought candy on there. So
No, yeah, definitely. I understand that, but
yeah,
at the
but
end of the day,
it's
Silk Road
just
was Silk Road, and to the point, like Bitcoin, it's a part of Bitcoin's history. It got
Yep.
dirty, and then it got cleaned up. Like Bitcoin
But
wasn't
that's the
this
thing.
beautiful
Did it
thing.
get dirty? I mean, I don't think so. It
Yeah,
was just-
exactly. To the public eye, though, the people who understood it, like for example,
oh yeah,
Richard.
and 20.
Richard said
When I
like,
was
"Oh,
talking
there's
to
a use
people,
case." It
when
was
I was
more of a
talking to
logical
crypto,
thought.
when I was talking to people about crypto in 2015, it was a super taboo thing to do because of that thing, Silk Road. True story.
Yep.
And this is 7 years ago. These motherfuckers now trying to follow me on LinkedIn. Suck a dick, bro. I don't know you. That's right. Because when you're too busy with your head up your ass, you can't see.
That's fine.
A lot of people living like that. Whole lot of people living like that. This is why all these other topics are so relevant. How do you not make those messed up decisions? You got to have clarity in many fields of view in your life. If you don't, you're going to get caught slipping. Simple. Very simple.
That's true.
Someone got the munchie.
I mean, it seems like everybody else is asleep. We can just wrap this shit up, bro. I got calls I got to make.
Yeah, it's about time. I mean, we've been going for like
I got work I got to do.
3.5
You guys
hours.
get to chill. Fucking worst crypto show ever.
About to roll up
People
again.
come on to the worst damn crypto
Yo,
show.
you know what I do? I pre-roll. I pre-roll a bunch at a time. I take like an hour or two.
Bro, I
every
got 2
couple
kids
days.
in the house.
You ain't got that kind
I
of
just
time.
started dabbing.
I got all the
That shit
time in the
looks mad
world.
intense, bro. I can't fuck with it.
Nah, it's like there's like this little shit called the Luca.
Oh, somebody's told me about that. Never mind.
Yeah, it's like a little
Forget it.
Luca. So it's like
Yeah.
it's cool. It's like a little rig, but it's yeah, you just take it. You just use it. It's cool.
Yeah, it used to be real high, hardcore before.
Honestly, bro, for me the issue is just more so like I don't want the process of like for me for me to sit down and to smoke. It's a relaxing time. Don't get me wrong. I crave that all the time. You feel me? Just chilling. Hey, like went up vibe. But sometimes it's like I would just like to have it, not have to go through the little like damn go outside, light it up, smoke it, as opposed to just boom. I take a little hit, and I'm straight. Like that's the cool thing about the concentrates. The concentrates are fire.
Yeah.
Concentrates are lit. But there's nothing like there's nothing like a little herb.
I don't mess with the concentrates anymore.
You were just talking about that, and what popped in my head is, don't they make the gum? Well, I know that they make gummy bears or something like that.
Everything, bro. They make nerds. There's
butter.
You know what's funny too?
Eggs,
Like they make nerds. They make every candy as a kid, and now they have a version of it. Within like
yeah, they do.
Cali's moving forward, no stoppage. That's just going everywhere.
Well, what made me laugh is a picture popped in my mind when you were talking about that of like Hexo eating a bunch of THC gummy bears by accident. I'm like, oh, because Hexo loves gummy bears. He'll like knock a bag down. So sorry, just warp brain that I got.
You got to be careful with those, bro. I had a boy who was like, yeah, bro, just eat one. I was knocked out for like 2 days, bro. I was sleepy for 2 days.
Back
and
when
on that note, let's end the show there. Everybody, thank you everyone for hopping on today. Please follow everyone on their respective social medias. Everyone stay staked out there. Do your part if you want anything to be done. And stay awesome. Anyone else got some last words?
I concur. Tap.
Awesome.
Peace out.
I second
Is there an outro?
Appreciate all of you guys.
Peace.
What are you, some sort of Mexican?